Come on now.
Morning.
I'm just starting the stream. I'm just going to
Okay.
send you the link so you have it. Email that to myself. I hope all is well in Nairobi. Not heard anything.
I'm sure they're fine. I think they said they were gonna get there an hour early and help people.
Right. Okay. Okay, so that's now running. So the two videos, do you want to introduce the OAD one and then come back and then introduce Tawanda? Do you think that's better?
Yeah,
Okay, so we'll
yeah.
do one. Okay.
I'll do it that way. I don't know why the light is bad in this room. I'm trying to make it brighter.
It does look a bit gloomy there today.
It is. That better. Oh, it's this camera. This camera does have a fancy LED thing. Let me try that.
Is it dark?
Yeah,
Oh, look. Oh, how long has he been wearing that cone?
like 2 months, poor boy. He's after my apple.
Very sweet. Just checking nobody's watching the stream yet, but they're not. I'm going to have to edit these down later. So I think somebody from TU2 should have logged in by now.
Should we?
Just ping them and check they're okay.
Yeah. Maybe they're waiting for someone to open the lab or something.
Is it you on the stream?
No, it's not.
Morning.
Morning, Lindsay.
Morning, Lindsay.
Morning. How are we?
Hey, Nikita.
I'm starting to get worried.
Oh, your t-shirt.
You should have one.
So cool.
Oh, look at that. That's great.
So, yeah, just a second, let us fix our sound. Morning.
Can you hear me, Lindsay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Guys,
Okay.
great.
Thank you.
So we are just getting started. I think Carrington will take over.
Okay. Nikita's going to introduce the video, and then video will play, and then she's going to introduce the other video. The first one.
Is that Dr. Tawanda's video?
So we're
Yeah.
going to do a short video about the OED. Just a short one.
Okay.
We'll have the OED.
OED, yeah. Morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the Machine Learning Kenya Big Data School. Pleasure to have you. I see you all in your t-shirts, so thank you very much for that. Welcome. We are going to start with a short talk by Dr. Tawanda of the Office of Astronomy for Development. The Office of Astronomy for Development is an organization that is concerned with using the techniques, knowledge, and infrastructure that accrue from astronomy for development. This is especially relevant here in Africa, where we can't just pursue knowledge for knowledge's sake. We need to see applications of the knowledges we are creating, the technologies we are building. Dr. Tawanda is from the finance industry. He got involved with the Office of Astronomy for Development because he was interested in seeing how the Sustainable Development Goals, I'm sure you're familiar with the 16 of them, how they can be involved and be implicit and explicit in the objectives of the Office of Astronomy for Development. So I'm going to welcome Dr. Nikita to give the video. Thank you very much, Nikita. Welcome.
Hi. Morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the talks yesterday, and I'm sure you'll enjoy all your classes today. So yeah, we're going to show you first a brief video about the Office of Astronomy for Development. Hard concept to really understand, but use various aspects of astronomy, like maybe the skills and technologies from astronomy, like data science, machine learning, or it could be just the integration of astronomy and various other sort of astrotourism, things like that, to impact development. So that could be like in terms of socioeconomic goals, or increasing awareness or drawing young kids into STEM fields, things like that. But I think rather than talking about it, this video will probably explain it a lot better. So yes, I work at the Office of Astronomy for Development. It's an office of the International Astronomical Union, the IAU. And there are 4 offices of the IAU, but the OAD is one of them. And without delay, let's just show you a video.
There are few things as mysterious and engaging as the night sky. The quest to understand the universe has driven human beings to push our minds and technologies to the absolute limits. Astronomy drives us to dream, to think, and to rise to unimaginable challenges. In so doing, to advance humanity's knowledge and abilities.
People all over the world are fascinated by astronomy. Indeed, it is one of the few fields where researchers are complemented by a worldwide community of communication and outreach experts, enthusiasts and amateurs. What we started is a way to use this reach of astronomy and the large network of people to create tangible change in communities. In 2009, the International Astronomical Union, a global body of professional astronomers, developed a plan to better harness astronomy to tackle the many developmental challenges facing societies around the world. The result was the establishment of the dedicated Office of Astronomy for Development, or OAD, in 2011. Consisting initially of a small team located in Cape Town, South Africa, with a simple vision of astronomy for a better world. The OAD's task was to translate the strengths of astronomy into tools for solving challenges in society. Given the magnitude of the task, we went back to the community for answers. We asked people around the world for ideas on how they would apply astronomy, its tools, methodologies, people, and infrastructures to further the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we received a number of really innovative, creative solutions. Since 2012, the best of those ideas have been funded by the OAD. Overall, the OAD has supported 160 projects targeting over 100 countries, as well as established 11 regional offices and language centers around the world. Projects have used astronomy's tourism potential to stimulate livelihoods in remote Himalayan villages in India, tapped into the inspiring potential of astronomy to promote peace, mutual understanding, and a sense of global citizenship in refugee camps in Algeria, equipped and motivated students in Rio de Janeiro's favelas in Brazil, and supported counseling efforts for internally displaced children in Nigeria.
All science, whether it's curiosity-driven or applied, has the potential to impact our lives. The OAD is just one small example of how even the most abstract of sciences can be applied in the service of humanity. There's of course a lot more to be done. The COVID-19 pandemic is stressing our social, economic and natural systems. But we must remember there is possibly no greater resource on the planet than the human mind. If we're able to figure out what's going on millions of light years away, then surely we must remain optimistic that we can prevail over challenges here on planet Earth. Using astronomy as a stimulus, as a driver of the bigger picture perspective, the OAD sets out to harness the incredible power of the human mind to make the world a better place.
Okay, so I hope you understand more now about what's done at the Office of Astronomy for Development. I know that there was a question yesterday, I think it was Moses, if I'm not incorrect, about how, when you're applying for funding, for example, and your project has to do with astronomy research, how do you then motivate about societal impact? So I think you could probably look at a lot of the work that the OAD does, but also I think it's probably just like we said yesterday, that the skills that you learn when doing astronomy research, like data science, machine learning, for example, are very transferable, and a large percentage of astronomers, I'm not sure what percentage exactly, but a large percentage do go on to work in different fields such as health or agriculture or finance. Or so it's more about you know, the skills that you acquire while studying or learning to be an astronomer, and how these can be applied to different areas. And like was mentioned in Prof. Anaskev's talk yesterday, you know, how these techniques of astronomy data analysis can be applied in other fields like health and agriculture. I think she actually gave some really cool examples. Yeah, but it's definitely something that isn't easy to sort of articulate the direct impact on society of astronomy. But there are various spin-offs from, you know, astronomy technology. Wi-Fi, for example, was one of them. So yeah, if you do some research into that and the kind of work that the OAD does, I'm sure you'll be able to say more about that in your various applications. So I hope that answered your question. And now I'll just thank you, Carrington, for introducing Tawanda, but I'll just say a little bit more about him as well. So he is from the University of Stellenbosch here in South Africa, and he does still work with the OAD. He is a development economist and focuses on land reform. So I'm just going to read about his research here. So it's focused on land reform, migration, and informality, and how they are intertwined with poverty reduction and inclusive growth. Therefore, his research centers mainly on the use of remotely sensed data, that's satellite data, to measure socioeconomic change, as well as related disciplines of machine learning and citizen science. Okay, thank you, and I hope you enjoy his talk.
A very good day to you all. My name is Tawanda. I'm a Development Economics Fellow at the Office of Astronomy for Development. Today, I'm going to be talking about the role of science in development. Thank you very much for listening to my talk. So I'll jump straight into the slides. Here we see this picture to start with, which is from Martinez 2018, whereby they are showing the association or the correlation between growth in the number of American Statistical Association sections and important milestones in the science of computing. So as you can see here, as we have you know, an increase in the number of these sections from 0 to slightly above 5 here, we actually see that we have this important breakthrough of statistical computing around the 1970s. As we see growth in these sections, or the growth in the number of statisticians, which is who are scientists as well, because statistics is a science as well. We actually see this boom around 2010 of machine learning and data science. And a couple of years later, we also see this you know, milestones being achieved in medical devices and genome sequencing, which is quite key as we profile diseases like the coronavirus and others, for example. So we see that these important milestones are important for humanity. So they're important for development. So we see this correlation between science and development. This is just some brief literature overview regarding the importance of science on development. So according to Gordon and Gingras, humanity knows very little about the impact of science. Maybe we can say something about you know, correlation or association, but not necessarily you know, causality. Science makes life easier. It enables societies to pay more attention to ethics, aesthetics, education, and justice, and to create cultures improving human conditions. That according to Beck et al. In 1985. So technological differences which are influenced by science also explain cross-country economic growth divergence, and science and technology propagates new occupations, thereby increasing demand for workers with the requisite skill set, particularly in STEM. Bloom et al. Point to diminishing returns to science investment. I mean, some people they look at this, with very high, cynicism, skepticism, because this is premised on the assertion that science creates low-hanging fruits and humanity has harvested almost all of them. Yet the alternative view of science presented by Moki 2018 is that science helps humanity reap fruits that we have not yet imagined do exist, since technological advances of the future are difficult to imagine today. So, through these hackathons, through this continuous, science research, science engagement, there's going to be much more technological and science induced, advancement and developments in the future. So science is really important. So they do exist divergent views regarding, the importance or impact of science. So it really, warrants, further research. And there are also divergent views regarding, approaches to measure the effectiveness of particular interventions in their mix. That's according to Crespi. But I'm going to be talking today about the impact of science, what you are doing this hackathon, how it is important for development. I'll just be looking at a few examples. So let's look at the science of astronomy, because I'm coming from an astronomy organization, the Office of Astronomy for Development. So astronomy is naturally relevant to humanity because our identity is linked to the stars. However, the role of astronomy in measuring the role of astronomy in socio-economic development on Earth is not very clear cut, because most of the times astronomers are looking at worlds which are far away from us. So it is difficult to measure the role of astronomy on socio-economic development. So it is against this background that the OAD was formed in 2011. So the OAD is mandated in a nutshell to help translate astronomy into development outcomes, guided by the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, through project funding, organizing and participating activities, such as a conference we held, the Science for Development Conference that was in 2020 actually, and through collaboration with other science organizations. It's like, for example, the RECEP at Stellenbosch University, which is where I'm coming from, which is a group of economists which are looking at measuring the effectiveness of different policies on socioeconomic outcomes. So the OED is headquartered in Cape Town. It's got a small team consisting of a core element and fellows like me, and it coordinates 11 regional offices of astronomy for development across the globe. So it funds astronomy for development projects across the world. So far it is funded, it has disbursed almost 900,000 euros in project funding. We have received more than 1,000 applications and funded almost 160 projects so far in over 90 countries. That's from 2013 until last year. So these are some of the examples of projects which are funded by the OAD. You can, visit this link and have a look yourself. There are loads of interesting things there. So what is the role of science in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals? So we look at ourselves as the OAD, as a science organization, to see, what impact has come through out of all the activities and projects we are doing. So this is just a picture that's showing some of the Sustainable Development Goals in which our activities and projects have, had some level of contribution. So many of our projects, have had an effect on quality education, whereby we inspire young people, young girls in remote communities to do better for themselves, to go into STEM, for example. So by looking at the magnificent scale of the universe and sharing it with people, with students, it motivates them, it inspires them to do better. We have had some projects, for example, in astrotourism, which actually have got a direct economic benefit, but I'll be talking about those things in greater detail. So the role of science in the community. So we've the OAD as a science organization has had an important role to play in the community through projects, as I've said. So out of all these projects, these are diverse projects as long as they've got something to do with using astronomy for to achieve a development related outcome. But we've got what we call flagships. These are sort of the three overarching themes in the projects that we are funding. So for example, the first one is sustainable local socioeconomic development through astronomy, where astrotourism is part of. We also have got science diplomacy through astronomy, whereby we're trying to celebrate our common humanity to promote peace, because it's just one Earth. This has got something to do with preserving the environment as well, because this is the only place we have that pale blue dot Earth. So this is the importance of of astronomy, which is science in diplomacy, in stimulating and preserving peace. Then there's also knowledge and skills for development, whereby we try and transfer some skills that astronomers might have to other disciplines. This might also include, for example, in astronomy at an observatory, visiting a local school and maybe trying to mentor students in high school, for example. So science is important. Scientists have got a role to play in development. So I want to highlight this one project which falls under the flagship of social economic stimulation, whereby observatories, for example, they can stimulate the economy around them. So here I'm going to be presenting this small case study on AstroStays, which is a pilot project which was spearheaded by the Global Himalayan Expedition in the Himalayas. So this is all about it consists of setting up homestays, whereby people who visit the Himalayas, instead of staying in hotels, they stay in homestays, which are in a local village. So a few households have got special rooms, much like a B&B, right? It's in a village where if a visitor comes, they get to serve them, they give them bedding, they serve them food and things, and these people actually pay, and this money stays in the community. And part of that, it also involves stargazing with some telescopes, which were supplied in this area through collaboration with the OAD as well. So we can actually see this astrotourism. We can actually see revenue going into the hands of the community, women benefiting as well. So this is one of the cases in which we are lucky. We can actually clearly see where this money has gone to. And we can actually see that this project of astrotourism in the Himalayas has also had an impact on a number of sustainable development goals. So these are just some pictures which are showing, what a homestay looks like in the bottom right here. And on the top left here, you can actually see some stargazing sessions. So tourists go up these mountains, they actually pay to stargaze, they actually pay to stay in some of, in some of these beautiful AstroStays, thereby stimulating the local economy. So you can see the importance and impact of science at the local level. So if you look at the impact that this project had, so far, it created 6 AstroStays, mini hotels in the village, impacted 30 women who were trained in the 12 differently abled people as well. It raised 3,200, US in a couple of months, and considering the remoteness of this area, this is actually some substantial amount of money, and 670 travelers were engaged. So we see creating money, we see science creating money through astrotourism. So this project had an important role in reducing inequalities, and it offers a great opportunity for nature-based tourism, and it is relatively cheap to implement. So you can see this importance of science. So science also has got a role to play, particularly with respect to to using remotely sensed data sets. So there's big role to be played by big data. So for example, here I'm looking at satellite imagery. So this is if you look at this picture on the left, this is just before lockdowns were effected at the beginning of the pandemic. So before lockdowns were implemented in Europe, you can see these. So this is night lights data. So night lights are a proxy for economic activity. So we see these bright, red, areas, which means that the economy was working in full throttle before these lockdowns. And a couple of weeks afterwards, when the lockdowns were implemented, you see these lights dimming. So instead of you maybe sending people, enumerators into these areas to sort of interview people in terms of so that you can have an idea of the effect of these lockdowns on economic activity, you can simply rely on night lights, which are provided by these pictures are provided by satellite. So science has had an important role in ensuring that we avail these remotely sensed data sets, which are important in evaluation, as I will also explain in the next slide. So in Africa, we've got the problem of a statistical tragedy whereby governments don't always have the money or the political will to create or to send people out into the field to collect surveys, to do census, on a timely basis. So we can actually use some of these remotely sensed data sets. So this is the role of science. It allows economists and other social scientists to conduct small area analysis, to evaluate policies, whether agricultural policies are having the intended effects. We can just use some satellite data, use machine learning, and we can actually get some data on crop cultivation, and we can actually see what's happening at the community level. So this is actually science. So this is important, and another important role that's played by science. So if you look at this, if you look at the Global Himalayan Expedition example I was just talking about on the left here, right? So one could actually use some satellite imagery. So say, for example, as we have more tourists coming to this area to stargaze, to stay in these AstroStays, this might, for example, induce an increased demand for food because these tourists need to eat, right? So these farmers might decide to, to put more land under cultivation, and we can see that using satellite images. So if we see this, so we implement, an astrotourism project in this part of the world, for example, and we see that after a couple of, 2-3 years, we're actually seeing that agricultural activity is expanding through this satellite imagery, then we can say, oh, look, this has been the impact of science. It has actually created a demand, increased the demand for agricultural products, which is a positive impact. So science has got a role to play, and we are actually measuring this using satellite imagery, which is another derivative of science advancements. In Sutherland, for example, in South Africa, we've got this observatory where it was the Sutherland town hosts the Southern Africa Large Telescope. So people throng this place to just have a look at the infrastructure, have a tour around this massive telescope, and also to do stargazing at night, right? So one might then use this night lights data, the example I was just showing you about Europe. So one can use this night lights data to see whether economic activity is being stimulated around this observatory, although the problem might be that astronomy is a dark skies science, so you might not necessarily see what we are looking for if you are using night lights data. So this is what I was just saying. We did this experiment where we tried to see whether night lights or economic activity increased before and after the implementation of this Southern Africa Large Telescope SALT in 2005. So we look at lights before and after 2005 because SALT was launched in 2005, but we don't quite see some good results because astronomy is a dark skies science. So Sutherland, which takes the value of 1 here, the treatment town actually has got less lights compared to other surrounding towns, which take a value of 0 here. So astronomy is a dark, skies science. So we might have some disappointment sometimes, but I think in other places we can be able to actually use science technology to measure socioeconomic change at the local level using remotely sensed data. So science has got a role to play also in application programming. So if we look at unemployment, for example, there's this type of unemployment called frictional unemployment, which occurs as a person moves from one job to another. So when you switch jobs, if you become unemployed, as you look for another job, you don't have the perfect information in terms of where exactly you can get the job. The employer is out there is possibly looking for you, but there isn't a perfect match. So you might spend months and months looking for another job, yet there's somebody out there who has got the right job, the perfect job for you. So by developing an app, for example, scientists, who are good at programming can program an app that links, the attributes of the job seeker to what the employer requires. Of course, we do have a number of employment search application things like that, but I think much more can be improved and streamlined in terms using machine learning, citizen science, but some of these things are in operation already. But this is science in action. So science, it can reduce information on health information asymmetries, for example. So we've got this quote here that says, despite remarkable progress, 15,000 children and 800 women still die every year, mostly because of preventable or treatable causes. Why do these people die? Because they don't have the right information. By this application programming, we can ensure that information is at the fingertips of communities, through maybe, SMS alerts or some other kind of media of communication that can be made possible through science and working together. We can actually reduce this burden of 15,000 children, 800 women dying every day. So another important role, an important area where science, can come through is very important, is in terms of reducing monopolies. So a monopoly is a situation whereby we've got one supplier who's supplying a particular product. So if you look at the market for PPE, for example, personal protective equipment, which has been made a lot of hullabaloo, during this coronavirus pandemic, it's a situation whereby, let's assume there's one supplier, right? So if there's one supplier, then there's going to be shortages, right? Why do we have one supplier? Sometimes it's because he or she is the only person with the right information. He or she is the person with the formulas on how to make PPE, right? But by ensuring that we make science open source, we make code, we make bring, we get code out there, lab results, are publicized, science, science experiments, science research, all these things are made available. It ensures that we've got more people who can actually be producing goods and services, thereby reducing monopolies and ensuring that we've got adequate demand, we've got adequate supply of essential commodities. If you look at the vaccine development effort, for example, you see that there have been many actors in this field. We've seen many research and private organizations which are all working to produce a coronavirus pandemic. Why has this been possible? It's because over these years, when the pandemic started, people put their heads together, scientists, and out of that science, out of that research, they managed to sequence the coronavirus and they managed to develop vaccines. So this is unprecedented, and it's made possible by science. So science is important. It reduces imperfect competition. It ensures that we've got more supply of vaccines in this instance. I should say I haven't been vaccinated yet, although, right? So what is the conclusion? The future is bright. The future is young. It's in your hands as young scientists to influence the change. Thank you very much for listening to my talk, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikita. Please pass our thanks to Dr. Tawanda. We'll open it to the floor in case of any questions. I'm sure Dr. Nikita and also Lindsay, you'll be able to handle them. Is that okay?
Yes, sure. If there's any questions about astronomy for development in general.
Okay. Any questions for the OAD? Yes, please. Any questions, comments? There's a comment.
So Marcelina, I just have a comment on the developments that you can do with astronomy, because I'm a student in astronomy. So if you could at least elaborate apart from the examples you've given in South Africa and astro tourism, what like tangible projects have you guys done so that we know how we can implement them in our country also?
Sorry.
Like what?
I didn't really catch it.
Hi, Nikita, did you get the last part?
No, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, Vasi. Come.
Yeah, so I was saying that you have given some examples on how to use astronomical skills on some development in our country. Apart from AstroPi, how can you use that? Apart from the outreach, how can you use that to improve our level of education, maybe, or other examples on how to use the skills?
Okay. Referring to specific technology there, but I guess if you're looking at actual technologies, like I mentioned, that things have various different applications. So there were a lot of studies that from astronomy where you're looking for signals from space. You're looking at different light sources, and there was similar work done. I'm not sure if this was an example from Anna yesterday, but there's a project that was funded through the OAD where they use a similar sort of technology and looking at actually health science in terms of picking up things in the retina in people's eyes. So there's a lot of crossover between various technologies or methods that are developed in astronomy. But in terms of education and promoting sort of STEM and things like that, I think there were a few projects mentioned in the OAD video where, for example, you inspire children from a really young age through the the intrigue of astronomy, to bring them into the science and STEM fields. I think that's a very powerful tool, especially for young women in Africa as well, to bring them from a really young age into STEM fields, and even data science. So some of these projects that we run in the hackathons are astronomy related, and due to the interesting nature of these astronomy projects, you can actually promote the learning of data science skills, for example, by having people who are not astronomers come in and work on these astronomy related projects. So I hope that gives a little bit of context.
Thanks very much, Nikita. Is there any question? Another question? Any other question from the audience? Yes, Dennis.
Hi, Nikita.
Hi.
So, for your presentation, I would like to ask who can qualify to apply for funding? Is it individuals, organizations?
Right. Yes, it can be both, either. So maybe call for proposal. As long as the project uses astronomy or any aspect of astronomy to impact any of the sustainable development goals, particularly those around our flagship themes. If you have a look at the OAD website, you can find out more about these flagships. But in general, any aspect of astronomy being used to positively impact development, you can apply for funding for these projects. The range of funding varies. Usually it's seed funding, but it can be sort of a single year or multi-year project. But yes, anyone, absolutely anyone, individual, organization, group, student group, anyone can apply for this funding. Unfortunately for this year, the call has already closed, but will be open again next year. So if you'd like to look at the kind of projects that have been funded already, all this information is available on the OAD website. Any other questions?
So, thank you very much, Nikita. I hope you have heard the response. As long as you are doing activities related to SDGs and astronomy, then you're eligible to apply for the funding as clarified by Nikita. So you should check it out next year. Maybe propose and... Okay, so Nikita has responded that anybody is eligible for the funding as long as you're doing a business that relates or activities that relates to sustainable development goals and astronomy. So you should be eligible to apply for the funding. And I want to just encourage you to go ahead and do so. We had a project that was funded by the same organization. We carried it out together with Carrington and Paul, who was here yesterday. So it's a good funding organization. You should go for it. Probably sometimes next year. So any other question? Any other question to OAD or Nikita? So Nikita, looks like there's no question from our end.
Okay, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the lessons today.
Thank you very much. So next in line is Carrington with our first presentation on introduction of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So Carrington is going to take the better part of the morning before we break for tea, and then we'll have got a series of another lecture after tea. So Carrington, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Boniface was talking about the Office of Astronomy for Development. They funded a project of ours. We went to Masai Mara for, I'm never going to Masai Mara. We went to Masai Mara for 4 days. We were training the wardens and guards on astronomy. So the idea was to put some telescopes in these camps and lodges and have them use that as part of their tourism project. So the Office of Astronomy for Development is very active in funding any astronomy related projects. So if you have any idea that has been playing around with your head, if you can link it to astronomy, you will get funding. Apply. So
That means I use go for lazima kusikia kama ni PPT kama ni PIT sasa ni PPT itanisaidia
sorry again. Morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Carrington Kinyanjui. I am a teacher here. I teach part of physics and I teach some part of programming to some students as well. I'm also a research assistant attached to the University of Manchester and the Technical University of Kenya. I am basically analyzing data to see how these data sets relate to policy. So I'm analyzing big Twitter data. Twitter data is big, meaning in terms of volumes. So we are interested in the policy implications and the public perceptions of, for example, health systems globally. We are comparing specifically the United Kingdom and Kenya, just to see how the public is trying to, the perception of the public towards these health systems. Are these health systems robust? Are they weak? Where are they weak? How can we correct for that? And any policy modifications that are needed to improve the health systems. So welcome. I'll be one of your tutors together with Boniface and Roger. They will take the pleasure of introducing themselves. So we've been talking about machine learning. We've been talking about artificial intelligence. We've been talking about big data. What do these terms mean? What do you mean when you say you've learned something? Does someone have an answer, for example? What does it mean when I say, okay, I'll use my example, CK has learned something today. I'm a participatory teacher. I cannot teach you just for participating. So what do you mean when you say somebody has learned something? What has happened to you when you have learned a lesson, for example? Yes, Dennis? Yeah? You studied something. So what happened to your brain when you studied something? It stores the information. Yes, that's a good example. So storage of information. Information can be anything. It can be knowledge. It can be a skill or something like that. Yes, Geoffrey, your hand was up. Yes. You have acquired new knowledge. So that's what you see. These simple words are very difficult to define. We say learn students, but they're very difficult to define. Sorry. Move. Sorry about that. A learning system, it can be your brain, it can be a computer, it can be an insect. A learning system updates its own state depending on external stimuli. A child has sat on a jiko, a hot stove, and then they jump out and cry. They will do this maybe 2 or 3 times, and then they'll never do it again. External stimuli, hot. That storage, which Dennis has talked about, storage of information, that stoves are not very healthy for you, stoves are not very healthy for your skin, is stored internally in the state of the child's mind. So that is what is happening with computers also. Next slide, Boniface. This ability to learn, this ability to update your internal state is called intelligence. And when you say this child is more intelligent than the other, she is more intelligent than him, you mean that the lady, the girl, is able to quickly update her internal state as compared to the boy. That's what intelligence means. Just the ability to adapt, and to accept, to store, process new information. So systems don't change this, right? Systems which are able to change the internal states and are not human, not natural. For example, cows, dogs, sheep, elephants are not natural, are artifices of human creation. So they have something called artificial intelligence. So that's all that means. It's not magic. It just means a system, usually a computer, that can update its internal state depending on external stimuli, which we otherwise call data. Okay? So what is big data? You were told what is big data yesterday. Give me the 3 V's. Extra points to your group if you give me the 3 V's. Yes. Remind me your name. Alice. Yes, Alice. Volume. Forgive my handwriting. Velocity. And variety. Correct. So first, you have huge amounts just by pure volume. You have huge amounts of data sets coming at you. So for example, 20 GBs of data per second, something like that. Yeah, you have huge amounts of data coming at you. Now, the human mind cannot process that amount of data. In fact, our brain naturally throws out majority of the information we receive from our environment just to focus on a specific thing. And that is part of what we call consciousness, just to focus on a specific thing. So you cannot do that. Computers, on the other hand, can do that. They can, once you have enough computing resources, computers can handle that amount of data. Velocity, of course. Now you have 20 GB coming at you. You are a researcher. You have 20 GB coming at you per second. This is very high velocity data, much more than whatever speeds you use to download your movies. This is a lot of data coming at you per second. Variety. We will talk about variety in the diversity of data. For data to be useful, it needs to contain information. For it to contain information, it means that it has specific instances which are different from each other, so that you can be able maybe to establish some sort of trend to understand the data. It needs to have variety. Let's give examples of this. So for example, in terms of volume, there are 340 million Twitter users. This means that Twitter has the information of 340 million people on Earth. What does that mean? Can somebody tell me what it means? Socially, politically, economically. Give me an example. If you have a social media, let's say you start a social media network called Kijiji. Now, because it's popular, maybe in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, it's a Swahili social media network. You maybe have at Congo, there are around 140 million Swahili speakers. What does it mean for you to be the CEO of a social media company with 140 million users? These things are obvious. Yes, yes. Do you need that? Sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah. Power. Yes, it means power. So the first thing you have is power. Knowledge is power. Information is power. So the first thing you have is power. Second thing, it's obvious. It's obvious. Yes, yes. Ian just at us. Money. It means money. See, just from information, you can get power and money. And that's what Jack Dorsey of Twitter is doing. You can get money and power from information because it's the digital age, and we are headed towards a digital revolution, or are in the throes of a digital revolution. In terms of astronomy, there are around 2,000 known pulsars. Pulsars are specific kinds of dead stars which eject material as they rotate very fast. You cannot study 2,000 pulsars. No matter how well trained you are as an astrophysicist, you need to use data. There's one of you I want to mention. His name is carrying wide field surveys of the birth regions of stars. Talk to him. There are 2.85 billion Facebook users. This means that Mark Zuckerberg is much more powerful than Jack Dorsey of Twitter. Next, let's talk a bit about velocity. There are 500 million tweets made per day. 500 million tweets made per day. So if you are able, for example, you've talked to Twitter nicely and you're able to scrape this data. You're able to get this data every day. It means you have a lot of information about people's user preferences. The Black Widow movie was trash, but the Avengers movie was gold. Yeah, you have a lot of information about people, their preferences, their attitudes, their political leanings, for example. We are headed towards an election, remember. You can talk to these politicians. You can come up with a system that can automatically tweet, for example, yeah, from this data set. So, for example, a machine learning model that can read these tweets and compose new tweets from this model. It's not ethical, by the way, but you can do it. The square kilometer array will generate 1.6 million GBs of data per day. The square kilometer array is a system of telescopes that will be in Africa. Sorry for the map. Will be in Africa, in a cluster in South Africa, and then a small cluster in Kenya and another in Ghana, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Mauritius, and Madagascar, it will generate 1.6 million GBs of data per day. So velocity, you have to deal with this data. How do you deal with this data? Where are the computing resources to deal with this data? Where are the infrastructure that can allow you to even transport this data so that it gets to the hand of Geoffrey and Onyeka at the back door? Where is the infrastructure? What will we do with the data? Variety, this is diversity. Tweets are made in different languages, for example, from different locations, and about different topics. So how do you deal with this multivariate data? Multivariate data to extract information. So your tweets may be made in Swahili, or a mixture of Swahili and English. How do you deal with such data? How do you develop models that can understand such data? What can you do? We've talked about power and money. How can you extract value from this data to make money, to have power, and just knowledge? And the question, of course, is, which was pointed out yesterday, what are the ethics of these systems you are creating? What are the implications for society of these systems you are creating? Next one, please. So that was a short introduction to artificial intelligence, big data. We are going to dive in a bit into artificial intelligence. We're going to talk about types of machine learning systems. There are mostly three: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning systems. We also, the other systems called semi-supervised, but we will not touch this. But you can get the idea once you have a good understanding of supervised and unsupervised learning. We are going to talk about challenges in machine learning. These are systems made by human beings. They have difficulties that you need to be aware of when you're doing your work. We're also going to talk about the applications of these systems and the opportunities there. Yeah. Next slide, please. So types of machine learning. We start with supervised learning. When your young siblings or your babies or your toddlers, not your babies, they will ask you, what is this? What is this? I have an office mate whose child is at this stage, and it's very interesting. What's this? What's this? What's this? And he tells the boy, this is a chair, this is an apple, this is a car. What's that? What's that? So that is labeled data. You have data. Data with labels. So for example, in this case, the apple is labeled 1. The green apple is also labeled 1. It's a type of apple. You have a watermelon. You have a lemon, for example, and you feed both data and labels to the machine. So the machine learns, it updates its internal state by associating the object, which is usually called the instance, with the label, which is usually called a feature. As a feature, it associates, it finds correlations between the object and the label, and you then have a small test set just to test, just like in your tests, you do exams, for example. How much have you learned? And their performance metrics, their evaluation metrics, which I think Roger will talk about how much your model, think of this as your toddler, your baby, how much your baby has performed, how much he or she has learned. So essentially what the machine model will do, it will see the object, then say, label it as a 3. So this is a watermelon, this is a lemon. So that's how it tests. If it fails one, calls this a 1. You can say, well, it has 50% accuracy. Next slide, please. Supervised learning is useful for classification. So let's say you have pictures of boys and girls, or you have pictures of regions, houses, for example, types of buildings. You would teach the model to learn these levels first, and then you would throw your unsupervised data at the model and ask it to tell you what this is. Okay, this is a boy, this is a girl, this is a student, this is a primary school student from the uniform or appearance, this is a high school student, this is a university student, something like that. Prediction. Algorithms. We'll talk about these algorithms in detail, by the way. We have the k nearest neighbors, basically works by, you have some data set. It basically works by finding a specific data set. You can call this the centroid, and then calculating the closest data sets to that data point, and then does that again. And generally, by repeated learning, the model is able to classify this as different groups. For example, boy and girl. We'll talk more deeply about support vector machines, neural networks, logistic integrations. We'll touch on that. Next slide. In unsupervised learning, the data set is not labeled. So you might wonder how then would the model learn to see trends in unsupervised data. It does this by telling the differences between each instance. Let me explain that. Let's say you have chess pieces that are usually black and white. It is able to, for example, say this white chess piece is closer to this other white chess piece than this other chess piece. Yeah, so it does that by separating the two, by finding similarities. And once it's found similarities, it can then do the grouping without you necessarily feeding it labels. It's a much more intensive computing. It uses much more intensive computing algorithms. It's very complex. The tasks for this are unsupervised clustering. So, for example, you have maize and beans in different patches of the same land. The algorithm would then process the image and say, well, in this geographical area, I have found normalized with NDVI in full on Geki. I've forgotten. Normalized digital vegetative index. There are certain quantities that people from remote sensing and GIS use. I have found a different value here. Basically, it has to do with something with how green the leaves are, and then I found something different here. And therefore, these are more likely to be maize, these are more likely to be beans. So unsupervised classification. The specific algorithms, you can have a one-class support vector machine. I will explain what these are. And you have principal component analysis. Don't worry about the details here. We will talk about them, or you can ask me in the break. And stochastic neighbor embedding systems. Reinforcement learning, the last type of machine learning algorithm. So the agent here, you depend on an agent. I will explain what an agent is. An agent is an algorithm, but an algorithm that learns dynamically. So the agent, think of it as something like that. Don't worry, a sort of virtual robot in an environment, exploring it, moving around in it, with a specific objective. So, for example, you have an obstacle, and you have a way of overcoming that obstacle. You have something like a ladder. So the agent should learn the best tactic. The agent should learn the best tactic of overcoming this obstacle. So maybe it will come and try to jump and fail. The wall is too high. Then it will come and pick the ladder up and put it here, also fail. And then at that moment, at some specific training instant, it will put the ladder there and then climb over the obstacle. So by repeated learning, the agent is modifying its internal state such that it can learn the best policy of the best tactic, which we call a policy, of achieving a specific objective. That's reinforcement learning. Next slide, please. So challenges of machine learning, we'll go through this fast. Insufficient quantity of training data. If you don't have enough data, you cannot learn. Remember, this is not as intelligent as a baby, yeah, or even a toddler. It cannot learn from 3 examples. It needs as much examples as possible to learn. It's a specific, it's a narrow intelligence. Narrow intelligence. It's not the type of intelligence that we have. Maybe you can learn to drive, you can learn to type, you can learn to walk around and play. It's a narrow intelligence. It needs a lot of examples for it to learn. You have poor quality data. If you have noise in the data, and Boniface will teach you how to prepare your data, if you have noise in the data, it affects the ability of the model to learn trends. Just a quick one. Let's say you're learning a function of a straight line. If you have a lot of noise in the data, the model cannot regress, the model cannot find the trend in the data. So you need to clean your data before you feed it to the model. Remember, this is a total baby. You need to digest the food for it. Next, I will give you the slides for you to note down other weaknesses. We are running out of time. So applications of machine learning, Moses Lango was very interested in this. He only saw health and agriculture. There's several. Automatic classifications of images. It can be images of cats, it can be satellite images, it can be infrared images, it can be any image, as long as the image contains information. Detecting tumors, that's the health aspect we discussed yesterday. Classifying news articles, politics, economics, etc., sports. Machine learning models are able to read, and this is what you do for your task. You'll be able to teach machine learning models to read tweets. Detecting offensive comments, that is automatic. Building chatbots, forecasting revenues of companies, and intelligent artificial games. If you're free, we can discuss the details of this. Next slide, please. This is just my favorite application. This is a dancing robot. Click on it and see. Click on it. Double click. This robot can dance. This is a company called Boston Dynamics, which is a robotics company. Next. Please check them out, they do really cool stuff. And I think it's time for Kenya to start getting seriously into robotics. So the obvious question you ask is, when will we get to human level machine intelligence? So when and where will our algorithms defeat us? Because if they get to our level, they move past it very quickly. 10% of researchers think by 2036, 10% of computer science and artificial intelligence researchers, 50% by 2081. I don't know. If you trust the expertise, this is the most probable. 90% are sure that by 2083, we will have human level machine intelligence. So it's a bit far off. Don't worry too much. For right now, just concentrate with building your narrow intelligences that can do very specific quantified tasks. and continue with it. Yeah. If you can build human level machine intelligence, please proceed. Okay, thank you very much. I've kept you too much. Thank you. I open the floor for questions. Yeah, I'm sorry, one question because we are out of time.
So if you have a straight question, shoot it to Carrington. And then we're supposed to have our tea break at 10:30, but you're going to break for tea, and then we should be back by 10:30. So, go ahead.
Supervised learning. Sorry? Regression tasks. Yeah, Patrick is reminding me that I haven't touched on regression tasks. Conference will talk a lot about regression. The idea is that I've touched on regression tasks, Patrick. But the idea is that you have data sets with specific coordinates. This is a Cartesian plane, for those of you particularly given to mathematics, with specific coordinates along the x and y, and these serve as your labels. These serve as your labels. Now what is happening is that only using these labels, the set of x's and y's, the set of x's and y's, the machine learning model can learn a general rule. And what is the general rule here? It's probably some linear function that can describe that data set. This is called regression. Conference will talk about it in detail, in a lot of detail. This is called regression. And therefore, the set of x's and y's serve as your what, Patrick? Yes, they serve as your labels. Yeah, correct. Your x's serve as your labels.
Any other question to Carrington?
Yes, Eric.
How is a neural network an algorithm? I understand only the rest are
So, what is an algorithm first? I'm sorry for answering that question. The question. Yes, correct. A set of instructions, logical, for achieving a specific task. Yeah. What do neural networks do? I will talk about it. I will talk about it in the deep learning section. The neural networks tell a computer to take information, and remember that this is a series of they're called LTUs. We'll talk about it in detail. Take information, pass it through, specified by a specific rule in the label data. So take information to layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, and then pass it forward, and then evaluate, then pass, go back, and then weaken the links between the neural networks that are hurting the network and the links that are strengthening the network, give them more weight, strengthen them. That is an algorithm. So the difference is that these kinds of support vector machines, regressors, linear and nonlinear, are all called kernel methods. Kernel methods, they depend on a specific mathematical function called a kernel, or classification, classical algorithms, classical machine learning algorithms. Neural networks are separate, but neural networks are algorithms.
So
How many questions can we take, Professor?
I think the last one. And then you can ask him during tea break.
As a lady asked a question, I'm sorry. As a lady asked a question, no. So you'll ask me during tea break. Sorry, Moses. Sorry, Moses. Yes, Diane.
Maybe you can see with more question. It's more of a suggestion for my question. In when building models, inquiring which had how do you know when it's completed?
Yeah, it's there's a quote that machine learning is not a science, it's an art. It's more like cooking, less like writing equations. But the general principle, I'll give the general principle. The general principle is generalization. So you have a data set. Boniface will talk about this in data preparation, or you will do this as part of your algorithms. You've sliced off the bottom 20% of your data set. This is your training data. This is your test data. If this data set, let's say if the model performs wonderfully here, 99.9999%, wow, that's wonderful. And then comes here and does a 50%, it has overfitted. Meaning that it does not generalize properly to other instances. This, I can show this graphically. You have something like that. It's supposed to sort of do a regression, a linear regression, learning the noise. Yeah, learning that the small variances are basically noise. But what it does is have some very high order cubic polynomial, cubic function, or a sine function, learning very specific trends in the data set. This is overfitting. And this model won't generalize properly on your test data. But again, this will be pointed out in detail. I think in evaluation, yeah.
I think we're looking at some of that.
Yeah.
Back to our dancing robot.
Yes, back to our dancing robot. Yeah.
Now, if we maintain the same reading and maybe the same beat, but we change, maybe we have different relics, we will still achieve the same dancing style.
It's about training.
Yeah.
So, for example, and this is a specific, this is reinforcement learning, a bit of reinforcement learning and rule-based. That's what Boston Dynamics does. If you change, if the model has been trained specifically on, I think that's on Do You Love Me or something like that. Yeah, if you change the model, then the robot becomes a bit confused. But I will ask you to go and see the YouTube videos. Sometimes these robots are trained to walk on a flat surface with some specific instances of knowledge. So sometimes somebody can throw a brick in its path. The robot is supposed to learn how to jump that brick and continue walking, or how to climb obstacles that are different from the training. So it all depends on the company. It all depends on you who is training the algorithm. How robust do you want your algorithm to be?
So I think I'm sorry, but you have to cut it short, Dennis.
Sorry,
you can ask
Dennis.
him during the tea break.
I was just commenting on neural network.
Yeah.
The relationship with and deep learning. Are we talking about deep learning and neural network?
Yeah, we'll talk about it in detail. We have a short deep learning presentation.
Supervised learning, we have also.
Neural networks are versatile. They can learn data sets that are labeled or not. They can also do clustering. We'll talk about it.
That marks the last question. Sorry, guys. So we have got less than 10 minutes to deadline. So let's try and resume at 5 minutes or 35 minutes after 10:35.
10:45.
10:35.
10:35.
So you have only 15 minutes quickly take your tea and come back because you're running out of shade.
There is no tea.
Oh, that's good. So if there's no tea, then we can proceed. Yeah, it has to be there. Should be.
Hivi tulifanyaje kitambo? Masih. Kalau yang berapa nasibnya?
most people are interested in deep learning that do complicated stuff, and therefore that's me pretty much summarizes everything. You can see many people are attracted to deep learning, which does complicated stuff like the robots, but when it comes to simple things like linear regression, then people don't like it or are likely to ignore it. So in essence, we are trying to predict the output variable, which is y, by multiplying this set of features by some set of coefficients. So we have got coefficients. If you look at our previous slide here, we have got a set of coefficients, maybe theta 1 for this feature, theta 2, theta 3, up to theta n. So in other words, this theta, or this set of coefficients, they symbolize the importance of a feature. Okay? So if you look at all these features like here, you realize that there are some features that people are likely to consider, but there's some others that you can compromise on. For example, something like design of a kitchen, you can compromise on that, but you are unlikely to compromise on maybe electric connectivity. If you are going to buy a house in a place that you are going to use maybe $500,000 to connect to the main grid, then you are not likely to go and buy that house. But you can compromise on some issues like maybe number of bedrooms or maybe kitchen. So in other words, you're saying that even though you are coming up with features, the importance of features varies. So there's features that are given more weight or more importance than others. And therefore, that brings us to the concept of having these coefficients. So features which are more important are given higher coefficients, and features that are less important are given lower coefficients. So in essence, your machine learning model is trying to look at the best models or the best coefficients, the best coefficients for each feature. Because once you add that, you come up with your output. So what is happening is we are going to multiply the coefficients with each set of features to determine the y output, which is our price. So hold on, I'm just sharing my slide in Zoom. So this is underlined here. If theta is very small, for example, if theta 1 is very small, then it means that the feature 1, let's say if it's a number of bedrooms, then it's not so much important in determining the value of y. So the model is built in such a way that we multiply the coefficients with each of the features to determine the price, and then add them together, just as illustrated here. So this is for feature 1, coefficient 1, coefficient 2, feature 2, until n. And if you add the two or all of them, you should have got your output, which is the price that you're trying to estimate. So this is a very good illustration of what we are trying to do. You remember in high school or in your physics practicals, you used to carry out experiments, have different data points, and then you're asked to draw the line of best fit. The line of best fit is roughly the line that will best describe your data, such that in case you have got a new set of data, then it will try to minimize the error. So if you have got, so essentially linear regression is just some form of mx plus c, where c is our y-intercept, and these are now our features, and m basically is the sensitivity of that line. So if you have got a line like this, or a graph like this in a 2D, then our features, which are independent variables, are on the x-axis, and then y is the price that you're trying to determine. So you have got a set of houses from your data. Then, at the end of the day, you need to come up with a model that best describes this data in such a way that if you draw, let's say this is your line of best fit, then there's a minimal distance between each of the observed data points. So these are the data points that are observed. Essentially, these are your training data. And then this line here depicts what you are predicting, or the line of best fit, such that you can use this line to determine the price of a house given features. So if you take this line and assume that the values on top are positive and the values at the bottom are negative, then our major goal is to determine or to minimize the distance between each of the data points. And therefore, this distance may be what is known as residuals. Okay? So at the end of the day, the whole point is to minimize the distance between each of these data points. How do we do that? So if you want to create a value that describes the total area of all these areas, then we have to sum them up. So this distance, let's say each of these data points, there's distance associated with it to the predicted line. So if you want to sum up this area, then we need to do a summation from the first data point, let's say 1, to the final one, which may be m, for the number of houses, depending on the number of houses. So, and then do y predicted, whatever you are predicting, minus the y actual, which basically are your observations. So you do subtraction. But you notice that if these are positive and these are negative, then our end goal is to ensure that this value is as small as possible. So even if these distances are very large, given that they are positive and negative, you can have large distances, but the value is still 0. Why? If you have got a distance here like 50, positive 50, and you have got another distance here like negative 50, even though this distance is large, at the end of the day, if you sum them up, 50 plus negative 50, we will have 0. But that is not what we want. That means that we are training a model that is showing a small error, but is actually wrong. So how do we do that? How do we avoid that? We avoid that by ensuring that we square each of these components. So if we square this, we are going to do away with the issue of negative and ensure that we are only subtracting positive values, so that we avoid that issue of cancellation. Because if you have got a line like this, let's say you have got 2 data points here, and you've got another set of data points here. If this one is 50 distance to the predicted value, and you've got this another one, let's say maybe 20, and then you have got this distance here 30, this one here maybe 30 again, and then here 10. So these distances are large. If all these are positive and these are negative, if you add all of them, they will give you 0. In a second scenario, if you have got a line and you have got a distance here that is 2 to your data point, maybe 2, and you have another distance here that is also negative 2. If you add all this, you get 0. So this one is giving you 0, this is also giving you 0. But here the distance or the residuals are very, very large. But here they are very, very small. So essentially this model is good compared to this, but at the end of the day, each one of them is giving you 0. And remember, you as someone who is going to do this, you're basically basing your answer on 0. You don't have the ability to look at all the data points, and that's why you're using machine learning. So you need to ensure that you avoid this problem of having 0, even though the model is wrong. And you avoid that by squaring the summation here, the y predicted minus the y actual. So if you square this, you do away with the issue of negative, such that you're only subtracting positive numbers. I think that summarizes our next set of my last point of slide. So that's basic maths about linear regression. So this is just basic. Of course, it's not as simple as that, but that's just the underlying principle of linear regression. So allow me to take questions before we break. Yes, Ariel. They all say on 50. Sorry? On square the each video value before. So remember, these are observed data points, right? So in coming up with this line, before you come up with this line, what is happening is you are looking at different scenarios. So let me just so these are your data points. Let's say these are the data that you have gotten from maybe real estate firms about the price of houses and the features. So these are real data that you have collected, right? So at the end of the day, you want to come up with a model such that next time if somebody gives you features and you don't know the price, it can give you the price of the house based on the previous data that you have looked at. So you are having data without any model. So the end goal is to ensure that you have a line, and this line, in high school, you are told that when you're drawing this line, make sure that it touches as many points as possible, right? But now here, we want our line to best describe the data by ensuring that the distance between individual data points is as minimal as possible. So in other words, you are going to have when you're training your model, what it's doing is, first of all, it will fit, let's say, let me remove this line for the moment. So when your model is being trained, in the first instance, it will assume that, let's have this line, okay? Then ask yourself, how many points is it touching, okay? But here, your model is asking, what's the minimum distance between all summation of all these points? So, and then let's say this one is 0.5. That is the error, the mean squared error, or the summation of all these residuals, right? Then it goes to the second time and try to fit a new set of line, maybe this line. And then it sums up all the errors and maybe find that the final value is 0.4. Then it tries to fit another line. It sums up all the error and find that maybe it's 0.8. So it will do that continuously until you have got different sets of lines that you are fitting onto this data. Okay? Then it will ask itself, of all these lines, which one has got the least summation error? And in this case, it will be 0.4. And therefore, it will fit that line that is 0.4 to your data. So that line means that next time, if you have got, these are the utilities, and these are the observed values, of course, okay? Then you go to the field and get one house. You don't know the price, but you have all the utilities. So if you feed utilities here, then you realize that it will plot that maybe, it will plot that house maybe here on this line. So the only thing you need to do is now to check on your Y component. What is it reading? And this will be the price of the house. So in other words, the whole idea is to ensure that there's minimum error between these residuals, okay? So that is basically what, whenever you're training your linear regression model, it's doing. Of course, that is not the case with neural networks. Neural networks use a different way of training, and I think CK will have a look at that. Yes, Dennis?
So I have a questions. What percentage will you consider a model a success? And what scenario will generate a total failure of linear regression?
Okay, so the first question is percentage threshold. Carrington,
yes,
there's a good question here. What is the minimum percentage for considering a success for linear regression? So one thing that I need to, before I respond, one thing is, first of all, make sure that your data is balanced. That is the key thing. Before you can consider the accuracy, make sure that your data is balanced. So by balancing, I mean, if you are trying to make a general model for the whole of Nairobi, please don't only look at houses in Karen. Don't look at houses in Kiambu. Don't look at houses only in Embakasi, but ensure that they are widely distributed. If your model is going to be used across Nairobi, so that is one thing. The next thing is the percentage. For a linear regression model, I think I can work with maybe 80 to start with. Yeah.
I think it is task specific. So, for example, you are trying to predict, classify cancer tumor images. Yeah. You cannot work with a model that is 80, maybe, because this is a life and death issue. The thing has to be as accurate as possible. So if you can get 95, 98, if possible, that is a good threshold. It's just specific. When you're calculating, predicting the price of a house on the basis of specific features, there's an allowance, there's a range. So you can work even with a model that is 70. It is task specific.
Allowance. You mean ethical allowance?
Yes, ethical considerations, for example, in health. Yeah, you can't just, I'm sorry, you have stage 4 cancer and somebody is healthy. You have to put them through chemotherapy, you have to use it. So that is an issue. It has to be as accurate as possible when you're dealing with health data. And health is one of the most complicated applications of machine learning. Your data has to be anonymized first, because you're dealing with very sensitive data of individuals. Second, when you're building a model, you have to be very careful that you don't mess the model up. For example, here in maybe in the United States, your data only has the model of maybe Caucasians, Europeans, white Americans, and then they are blacks, and you're using it to predict. Yeah, so there are ethical considerations. Health is very sensitive in terms of machine learning. So I think it's task specific.
Dennis, before I answer the second question.
So I need to clarify. So for linear regression, we used to predict quantitative data, not qualitative. So we can't use accuracy because we can't predict the exact amount. So for loss calculation in linear regression, we use the one that you say, that is mean absolute. That is the absolute of the expected predicted value and the predicted value, or mean square error, which is we square the difference. So for linear regression, unlike logistic, which is for binary classification or multi. So this one we don't use accuracy again. Even if you try to, from maybe a scalar, if you try to measure the performance of the metrics, you only use MAE or MSE. So,
but then in principle, can't we have is there a function that can map MAE to a metric of accuracy?
That's regularization, and we have to in linear regression. That's last, and we try to switch the gradient or the gradients to avoid overfit. That's how we can do in linear regression.
Okay, so that's a good clarification for Dennis. Dennis, you're also Dennis.
But unless, of course, you're using the regress as a classifier, then it can do accuracy.
This one, and if you are accuracy, it's actually for the one for the binary multi-class where we are predicting maybe 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. But this one you are predicting the price. Maybe you have your height and age, and not to predict your weight. So the weight, that's quantitative data. Not qualitative.
Yes. I think there's something to add on what Dennis is saying. The key thing here, when you're dealing with linear regression, you have to be very careful on the relationship between the features and the output that you are trying to predict. Because there are some things that are not linearly related. Okay? So something like a price, maybe an income and spending of someone is has got some kind of linear relation, such that if spending or income increases, chances are that spending is likely to increase. So that is easier to do with the linear regression, but there are some things that you cannot do with the linear regression, and that's why we have got different types of models. On to the second question on how do you consider that there's a total failure in your model? I think Dennis has answered that. The easiest way is to use mean square error in determining the accuracy of your model. Any other question? Or T is here. Any other question? So I think that's it. Okay, Ariel.
Like I've seen various some say 7,
So again, it depends with the task, and also ensure that your data is balanced. So sometimes you can have like, there's a time Carrington had 1 million tweets. When he cleaned the tweets, it reduced to around 200 or 400.
400,000.
Yes. So in such a case, you need to adjust. Maybe when you are collecting the data, you have got 1 million. You are thinking that, okay, I'm going to make this wonderful model, and I'm going to have a training data set of 70%. But that's not the case. You realize that whenever you are now ready to plug into your model, you are having less than 100,000 data points. But as a rule of thumb, is normally 70-30. Also, depends on task.
There's a joke. When your mother asks you to cook for your parent, and then she asks you to put enough salt, and then you ask how much is enough? Is it 10 grams or 20 grams? And then they tell you, by enough, I mean enough. So, and then when you put too much salt, it will be automatically clear that it's too much salt. So the balance, you will see the model failing if your test train balance is here.
So if there's no question, I think we can stop there. Yes. Lovely.
Patrick said you can get the percentages. You can get the percentages from investors. Curious.
So thank you for listening. Then I think we can break for tea. How long is it?
Hold on, 10 minutes.
15.
15. Yeah. Okay, 15 minutes tea break, everyone.
So you'll be back at 15 minutes past 11.
Sasa.
Hi, Liz. I think we'll break for tea.
What time are you coming back?
Okay, thank you.
What time are you coming back?
15 minutes past 11, Kenyan time.
Okay. See you soon.
So guys, we need to start over again.
Need to do super pictures.
Got ready. So settle down so that we can start. Hizi ni tu hizo nimeshadownload video zote. Hi Lindsay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah. Make sure you share.
Okay, so we are. Okay, thanks. We are resuming our after tea break session now.
Okay.
Thank you. So guys, welcome back again. I hope you have nice tea time. And our next speaker is also our tutor, that is Roger Odipo. He's going to present on model evaluation. So he will have the pleasure to introduce himself, and then he can take you over through model evaluation. So the floor is yours, Roger Odipo. Welcome.
Thank you. So, hello everybody. Yeah, so we're going to be talking a bit about model evaluation. So, I'm going to be focusing a lot on evaluation of classification models. Although there are also regression models that you can classify. I will mention towards the end of the talk, but we can start. So, what we can start with is what is a model. I don't know if maybe there are some of us who are not too much conversant with machine learning yet. So you might be wondering what this model is that everybody is talking about. So a model is something that you feed data. Like Carrington said, it's like a baby. It's something that you feed data, it learns from that data, and then you use what it has learned to make predictions. So that is what a model is. So because that is what a model is, you will find that the more data you have, the more data you can feed your model. And if you can feed your model more data, then you stand a better chance of making better predictions. Yeah. So you can try to get as much balanced data as possible when you're trying to build your model. So that brings up a few questions. Yeah. So let's say you have your data over here. Yeah. So you are trying to use as much data as you can possibly get your hands on, because it's the data that is it's the approach that is going to help you make the best inferences. So how do you go about it? So one, you can choose to use all of the data you have in your hands to train your model. And then you can use part of that data to test it later on. Now, that is one approach. So the second approach is what we've just talked about, where you can split your data into 70-30 or 80-20. And then you can use this 80 part to train, and then you can use the 20 to test. So this is what we're calling the test-train split. So I will come to k-fold cross-validation in a second, but to summarize, k-fold cross-validation is just doing train-test split, but on picking many different parts of your data for training and testing. So let's say you have this is your entire data set, yeah? So you can choose to pick this part to use it to train,
and then you choose this part to use it to test. And then once you're done, you get rid of this, and then you choose this part now. So the rest of this becomes the training data, and then this becomes the testing data. So you keep doing that over and over again until you finish like subdividing this whole data of yours. And then once you're done subdividing, then you can get the average accuracy, but we'll get into that in not too long. But now what I'd like to mention is these two options, because they're the main ones. So for one, you can use all of your data in training and then use part of it to just test whether it's working okay. Or you can split it and use part of it to train and part of it to test. So we want to see what works better. So if you use the same data for training and testing, you will find that you will not know how the model will perform when your data is taken to the real world. When your child has left the house, you will not know exactly how they're going to perform. And why that is because when you'll be testing it on the same data that it was used to train it. So it will already have an idea what that data is. And once it has that idea, then it will not be able to, you'll not be able to tell really how it's going to perform. Yeah. So, and if you can't tell how it's going to perform if you don't have new data to test your data with, then you run the risk of overfitting your data, as was mentioned earlier. Yeah, because how you know you have overfit your data is when you train it, and in the training you find that it has scored 90%, and then when you come to test it, you find that it has scored 40%. Then you realize, this thing does not generalize well. And once you realize that, then we realize, oh, I must have overfit the data. So that is why you must, when you can, yeah, try to use different data for training than for testing. Then once you do that, you'll be able to have a very clear idea on what you're going to, how your model is going to perform. So overfitting. What is this overfitting that we keep talking about, and why is it such a terrible thing? So I would like to draw your attention to this curve here. It is the one that Carrington was trying to draw up here not too long ago. So it's just a better drawn representation. So when you it's okay. When you look at this curve, yeah, you can see two lines. Now this one line is a bit straightish, so to speak, and then you have this green line that is all over the place. Yeah. So this line is it doesn't cover all the business. You can see there's these blue 4 spots that are outside the normal blue spot zone, but it is fairly smooth. Yeah. This line, the green one, is all over the place. It is covering every single spot that it needs to cover. Yeah. But it is all over the place. So if you test this green line, and you find whether it is covering the data correctly, you'll find that it's absolutely perfect. There is no problem. But if you try to bring new data to this, to test it with a model that has been trained on this data, you will find that it will be very hard to make a correct prediction. And the reason why it will be very hard is because this thing is this data has been overfit. Yeah, you have overfit the model. But now, if you use this curve, yeah, it is fairly smooth. So you can even intuitively you can tell, like, if a spot lands here, it will most likely be this one. But this one, if you try to use data that is not in here on a model that's been trained like this, then you're going to run into trouble. And that trouble is what we are calling overfitting. So overfitting is bad because your model will not perform when you try to bring it to the outside world, and it's going to bring you problems. So so far, just to recap, we have discussed some procedures of how you can deal with your model, and the best way we've seen is that you separate your training data from your testing data. Otherwise, you're going to be, it's not going to give you a real indication of how your model is going to perform when you bring it to the real world. So now that we've done that, the next step is to find out, now, what do you measure? If you want to tell that a model is performing well, what do you measure? So these are what we call the model evaluation metrics. So, so for example, now if you have overfit data, what is going to tell you that your data is overfit? Yeah. How will you know? That is what those are the model evaluation metrics. Yeah. So the first one I'd like to talk about is called classification accuracy. So let's say you are building a model to separate mangoes from oranges. And then you separate the mangoes from the oranges. Now your classification accuracy will be the number of correct predictions over the total number of predictions. So if it made 90 correct predictions and the total number of predictions of 100, then you have a 90% training accuracy. Yeah. Now this explanation is pretty good if you look at it at first glance. Yeah. Because at a glance, it can tell you how well your model is doing. You can just look and like, this model is getting 90% of the options right. It must be a good model. But is it really a good model? Let's check. So if you look at this slide, you will see that it's easy to interpret classification accuracy, as we have discussed, and it gives you a nice overview of how the model is doing. Yeah. But the problem with classification accuracy alone is that it doesn't give you a lot of information about what's happening under the hood. Yeah. What's going on behind the scenes in your data. It just gives you a rough estimate of how it's doing. Now I'll show you an example of where this thing can be a problem. Yeah. So say, like we discussed, you have a classifier that classifies fruits. Yeah. So you have apples and bananas. Yeah. So your classifier classifies the fruits and it gives you an accuracy of 71%. 71% is okay. Yeah, it can do. It's an alright model. Yeah. But then you realize that 70% of the fruits in your data are apples, and 30% of the fruits in your data are bananas. So if you did not have a model, if all you did was just guess, because you have more apples than bananas, you just guess that, oh, if I'm picking something here, then most likely it's an apple. If you did that, you would have 70%. You'd be correct 70% of the time. So that means that your model that you built is very close to not even having a model at all, or having a very dumb model. So the question is this model still a good model? Anybody? Yeah, just a guess, yes or no? No. No? Sorry?
Depends.
It depends.
With other properties.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually right. The answer is we cannot know because we don't have enough information. We don't know. We don't have enough to go on, and that is the problem with just looking at classification accuracy. It doesn't give you a good idea of what's going on under the hood. So then, what can give you a good idea of what's going on under the hood? Then we come to confusion matrix. Now, you can think of confusion matrix as mosquito spray. It is not there to bring mosquitoes. It is there to get rid of mosquitoes. So confusion matrix is here to get rid of confusion. So what is confusion matrix? It is just a table of predicted against actual values. You can see it over here. So you just put your actual values on this side, your predicted values on this side, and then you tally. You tally how many were predicted. If it predicted If it predicted that it was a mango, and then it was actually a mango, then you run it in this box. Yeah. If it predicted it was a mango, then it was actually a banana, then it comes here, and so on and so forth. So this is what a confusion matrix is. So this matrix, the way it looks like this, it's a fairly simple table. This one is for binary classification, just for picking between two things. It's a fairly simple table, but as we're going to find out in the next few slides, this very simple table can give you a lot of information about what's going on with your data. A lot of information, yeah? So there is in itself, it is not a metric for evaluating a model, but the information that it gives you is what you use to evaluate a model. Now, we're going to be looking at those shortly. I don't know if you need, I'm going to be sharing the slides, but you can just take a second to look at what it looks like. So this is the total number of observations, or the total number of rows, or the total number of readings. Yeah. And then these are the tallies. So, what does a confusion matrix tell you? What I've done in this slide is that I've added up the things that are over here, I've added up to here, I've added these ones up here. These are the actual yeses. Whether or not you predicted yes or no, if it's an actual yes, here they are. And then these are the tallies for the predictions. So that is just the summation. And then Tn is for true negative. Yeah. It was predicted to be negative, and it was actually a negative. These are true negatives. If it was predicted to be a negative, and it was actually a positive, then that's a false negative because the prediction lied to you. It's a false negative. FP is a false positive. So if it said yes and the actual thing is no, then that's a false positive. And likewise, if it says yes and actually is yes, that's a true positive. TP is true positive. So now we have those definitions. I think are enough for the confusion matrix. Now it's time for us to delve in what the confusion matrix can tell you about your data, which is actually very impressive. So the first one is accuracy. So for this part of this presentation, I will invite you to ignore these. You see these parts. You can have a look at them, but I would much prefer if you just read these statements up here, yeah, and have an intuitive feel of what these metrics actually mean, yeah. Because if you understand what the metric means, then it's going to make you're going to know what to look for when you're trying to see whether your model works for your use case or not. So let's go through these things. So accuracy is a lot like what we discussed earlier. It is actually the classification accuracy. So we look at all the classifications it has done. Then we are like, how many of these are correct? And how many of these are wrong? And once you do that, the percentage that are correct gives you the accuracy of the model. Yeah. So already you can calculate the accuracy from the confusion matrix. Next is the error rate. How often was it wrong? I'm sure we don't have to dwell too long to see when it would be useful to find out how often your model gets it wrong. Yeah. For example, if you have a test for COVID and it gets it wrong 100% of the time, you would want to know about that. Yeah. It's very important. So this is very important and it's something that you can get from the confusion matrix. That is, it would really help. Now, the next thing I'd like to talk about is this sensitivity. So for sensitivity, I want you can picture sensitivity as I'll give you the example of a metal detector. Let's say you're walking into a mall, and that guy at the gate has a metal detector. Yeah. So if you have a metal detector that is not sensitive, it will take some very hard metals for that thing to detect that this thing is a metal. If you have a metal detector that is very sensitive, as long as that whatever you have has a content, some content of metal, it is going to detect that thing. Yeah? So that is sensitivity. If you read here, it says, when the true answer is yes, how often does it say yes? Yeah? When the true, if there's metal in that thing, how often does it say there is metal in this thing? That is sensitivity. Okay? Now, we can talk about specificity. Now, sensitivity is also called recall. In some literature, you will find that it's called recall, and in some literature, you'll find it's called sensitivity. For me, it is much more intuitive to talk about it as sensitivity because of the reason I just mentioned. Because, but they mean the same thing. Now, specificity is when the true answer is no. How often does it say no? Yeah? When the true answer is now, if imagine you have something that detects the absence of a metal. Although I will go into this a bit later in more detail to differentiate between specificity and sensitivity. But for now, I can give you this example. Yeah, if you're looking for a specific pencil, yeah, anything that is a pencil, but it's not quite that pencil, you're going to ignore it. But if you get that specific pencil, that's when you're going to accept it. Yeah. So, if the true answer is no, how often does it say no? That means, I think I can just go to that slide right now. Okay, yes. Okay, I think this can help you differentiate between, to really grasp the concept of sensitivity and specificity. So if you have a perfect classifier, this is what it does. It knows the difference between something that is this, a mango and an apple, and it will not make, there's no room for error. It will tell you this one is a mango, this one is an apple. Nothing else, yeah? But in most of the models, most of the situations you come across, sometimes you'll find that there's a space here in the middle, where you don't know whether it's a mango or an apple, really, there's some room for, you have to figure it out, yeah? This is the real world situation, yeah? So now, for example, in the case of a metal detector, if you increase the sensitivity of a metal detector, yeah, it's going to be encroaching on this side, yeah? So it's going to be finding anything that it has some content of metal, it's going to be detecting it as a metal, yeah? Now, if you increase the specificity, yeah, then it's going to be encroaching on this side. And what does that mean? That means that you have to be very specific about the metal you're looking for it to work. Yeah, you have to know what you're looking for. So this is just to give you an idea of what specificity is. But for now, we can say that specificity is when the true answer is no, how often does it say no? That is the definition of specificity. Is also called the true negative rate. So yeah, so there's more you can find out. You can find out the false positive rate. False positive rate is good for a lot of tests, especially what comes to mind is tests about birth control. Some people get worried about whether they have baby on the way or not, and because when that is, if you have a pregnancy test with a high false positive rate, then that's a problem. Yeah, because people want to be sure about this sort of thing. So that's a a case where you want to know the false positive rate. Now, precision is how often it was correct when the answer was yes. Yeah, so how do we say precision? Like for example, if now that it has classified, it has said that yeah, we have like 14 bananas. Yeah. How often was it correct in saying that that thing was a banana? If it got it correct 11 times out of 14, then you know this time it has a relatively high precision. But if it got it right like 3 times out of 14, then it means that there's a lot of times when it says something it's a banana and it's actually not. So that is precision. And then prevalence is like just if you are to say like what is the prevalence of COVID-19 in Kenya, what will you do? You will look at the number of cases that have COVID-19 in the whole country, and then you look at how often your model said that it's yes. So that is the prevalence. So finally, I will talk about the F1 score. The F1 score is a weighted sum of precision and sensitivity. So I'll give you one example. Yeah, I actually have an example over here. So if you have a metal detector, I think I really like metal detectors. So if you want to check the precision, we'll check how many times did it think that it was metal and it was right. That is the precision. The sensitivity is how much of the metal did it detect. Like how many times was of all the metal that was around, yeah? How many times did it detect that there is metal? That is the sensitivity. So you might need to take both of this into account when you're designing a metal detector. You want to know how sensitive it is to metal, and you want to know how many times it's right. Yeah. So F1 is a mashing together of these two, and it gives you a better metric to understand your model. So all of those things, we got them from this one matrix, this confusion matrix. This is the thing that gives us all that information. Yeah? And that is why confusion metrics are so awesome. They can give you a lot of data, a lot of things you didn't know, like inside your data. You can really understand your model and what's going on. Yeah. So that brings about a question. Now, what should you focus on when you're designing your model? Yeah. Because the cases that you might need something, for some cases you might need to have a lot of specificity or precision, and sometimes you will need to go for sensitivity. So how do you know what to look out for? So it depends on what you're trying to achieve. So for example, let's take the example of a spam filter. So the work of a spam filter is to make sure that no spam gets into it takes the spam out of your email so that they don't get into your inbox. That is the work of a spam filter. Yeah. But if you miss a spam message and it landed in your inbox, you can live with that. If you got a job offer, if you applied for a job for 3 years, and then you finally, or a sponsorship or a scholarship, and then you finally got that scholarship, and then you got an email, and then it went to your spam folder. That would be terrible. Yeah. So when you're designing a spam filter, you will want to look for specificity or precision. Yeah. You want such that if it's not a spam, you want to be very specific about what message you want to call spam. I think that's the best example. Yeah. Otherwise, if you're calling everything spam, you're going to miss very important emails. So to design a spam filter, you will look for specificity. Yeah. First of all, any question about that? Yeah, I just said again, when you designing a spam filter, you want to be very clear about what you want as spam, so that you don't lose very important emails. So you will design for specificity of the model. Yeah. Now, when you're building a model that identifies fraudulent transactions, if a fraudulent transaction goes through, if a legitimate transaction is caught by your fraudulent transaction receiver, that is fine. You can talk to that guy and be like, yo, you can never be too careful with these things. It's better now we are protecting you and all, yeah? But if a fraudulent transaction goes through, that is very bad. You might lose a lot of money in the process. So when you're designing a fraudulent transaction identifier, then you will want to go for sensitivity, because you would rather have an email, you would rather have a transaction not go through because you suspect that it might be fraudulent, than to have a transaction that is going through, yet it is fraudulent. So you'd rather err on the side of caution. You'd rather be too careful than not be careful enough. So these are some of the things that you look for when you're designing your models. So yeah. So now we know how to check how your model is doing, and we know how to know whether it's doing well or badly. Yeah. So now what? How do you make it better? How do you incorporate what you've learned from your metrics to make your model better? So I'm going to give you an example. This example is about adjusting the classification threshold. Yeah. So let's say you have a disease. You're dealing with a disease. Yeah. So it's an infection. So if this infection is in the default case, yeah, it's a 50-50 in a classification. Yeah. So if the infection is less than 50%, you're like, the body will deal with this guy will be okay. Yeah. If the infection is more than 50%, you're like, this thing might overwhelm him, so we need to give him medication. Yeah. So that is your classifier. Yeah. But then you realize that this disease is stronger than you thought. Yeah. It spreads faster. So then what do? You want to change the tipping point of this balance. So instead of 50-50, you might want to give it a 20-80. Yeah. So that if it gets to 21%, then you raise your alarm. You say this thing is dangerous. We need to give this guy medication immediately. If it is less than 20%, then you're like, the body will deal with this. Yeah. So this is this 20% place is the threshold. Is what we are calling the classification threshold. So in some cases, you might want to adjust this classification threshold so that you can meet the need of the use case. Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. So that is how the classification threshold comes into play. Yeah. So you can switch the classification threshold so that it can accommodate your use case. So next, I'm going to talk about this. This is actually about the last part of the talk. It's about the ROC curve. Yeah. So the ROC curve is a plot about the true positive rate and the false positive rate. The ROC stands for receiver operating characteristic. But you might never need to know or to use this term when you're referring to the ROC curves in the context of machine learning. The whole concept was created for a different field. So and the application, as you'll soon find, at least in this case, is for something different. Yeah. So it is a plot about the true positive rate against the false positive rate. The true positive rate is also the sensitivity. So in case you want to just understand what that means, and then the false positive rate is 1 minus specificity. So if you have a perfect model, then this it comes all the way until here. So it fills this whole graph like this. So the area, if you're computing the area under the curve, it will be 1. Yeah. If you have a completely lousy model, this is what the ROC curve of it looks like, and the area and the curve is half. Yeah. So when you have the ROC curve, when you compute the area under here, it gives you an indication of how accurate your model is. Yeah. And this one is it's independent of the threshold. It gives you a very good idea of how well your model is doing, and it is a better way to find how well your model is doing than the classification accuracy. And the reason for that, why it's a better model, is because it takes into account even when you have like 70% apples and 20 and 30% bananas in your data. It still gives you a better idea of how your model is doing than the classification threshold that we spoke about earlier. So finally, I think Boniface already talked about absolute error, mean squared error, root mean squared error. This is evaluating the evaluating regression model. So yeah, he talked about all of this, and yes. So basically, if you're trying to evaluate how well your model is doing, those are some of the things that you look for, especially if your model is a classification model. And yeah, you should always try to improve your models, make them work better. And yeah, I think that's it for model evaluation. So a round of applause for Roger.
So thank you very much, Roger. I think now we have understanding of what is specificity, sensitivity, accuracy, precision, confusion matrix. Although it's confusing like its name, but I think you have now a better understanding. Also take time, make sure that Google is your friend, because they kind of confuse you at times. Now Roger will take a few questions, then you can jump to the other side, or the most interesting part, deep learning. So questions for Roger, please. Yes.
I have a question for and when you think of what's a good rate, so switching the threshold, this means to go back to the feature, maybe adjust them to that, or how do you exactly switch?
Oh no! You don't adjust the features. Yeah. You change the part for where you essentially you change what counts as a positive for positive classification or for negative classification. I don't know if. Sorry? Sorry, you can ask. Okay.
So another question for Roger. Any other question for Roger? So I'm sure you can. Okay, Dennis, go ahead.
I want to take you back a little. I'll ask you.
Okay, that's fine. Langa.
Test data using the same.
Okay, okay.
Test.
Yeah.
So I think you can explain that further using the same data to train and then to test. What's the expectation?
What is the danger?
Yes.
Okay. How do I can give you an example. How many of you are familiar with K nearest neighbors? Okay, it's an easy concept. I'm going to talk about it later, but the idea is, if you have a data point, like these are many data points, yeah. So you have this one where you don't know where it's going to be, yeah. What you do is to check what is closest to each, and that if this one is the one, if it's a dot that is closest to it, then it's probably a dot, yeah. If it's a cross that is closest to it, it's probably a cross. Now, if you use the same data to create the model, you will find that when you're testing, there was a point in your training data that is exactly where this question mark is. Yeah. So if you test it with that data, you will find that you will always have an accuracy of 100%.
It's like a copy.
It is like a copy. Yeah. So because of that, you will think that your model is doing great, but it's because it knows it has a leakage. It knows what is required, and so and that is it's true of many models. You will find that it already knows what is going there. So it will act like it knows more than it does, and that is the danger of using the same data to train and to test. So you can't really have an idea how it's going to do when it's dealing with completely new data.
Overfit.
Last question for Roger.
Maybe
Langa, then Dennis.
Mine is from the, you say ROC?
ROC.
Yeah, you said you don't call it like that in machine learning, something like that.
No. We do call it that in machine learning.
There's something really.
You will never use it without that. I'm going to use it.
Sorry?
He was saying that the way you said you were unlikely to use it.
They-
It was not meant for
I think Rogers just said that the name.
Yeah, the name.
Different. I think it was in statistics or something.
The idea is ROC curve is very important in machine learning, but it's, okay. It was just about the way this name itself. Yeah, you don't need to know what it means exactly, or maybe you can know for fun, but it's not like lazima, like it's a must. It's from a different field, so yes.
So last question from Dennis.
no, I don't have a question, but just
Contribution.
a contribution on overfitting. Because you can use the entire data set, you train, then you can test on it. And two, you can as well train and split. You train, test, split.
Oh yeah.
And then there's the one that for cross validation, whereby you'll be training, then you divide your data into maybe 10 folds, you'll be training and validating as you train the model. So usually, I think what you didn't mention is we have the bias and the variance, which you need to trade off between how does your train data behaves and how does your test, and that's variance. So you need to lower the bias and you need to lower the variance. And what he had asked, usually this model is underlying mathematical operations. So we have the parameters. For instance, when you have to, so you need to do what's called hyperparameter tuning. You can tune which one is the best for your model to avoid overfitting and also to increase your accuracy for outcomes for the failure.
So thank you very much, Dennis. The contribution is welcome. I think we get to learn from each other. Okay. So also you can see Roger that maybe have a discussion. So once again, appreciate Roger so that we can welcome Carrington. So next is Carrington again. He's going to teach us about or have a discussion about deep learning, and I hope you will enjoy. as we said, most people like deep learning algorithms better than our beautiful linear regression, but it's okay.
Don't take it personal. Just open it like that. Just like that. You want to share? Presentation mode. Dr. Presentation mode.
Okay, so Carrington, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Boniface. Thank you, Roger. Thank you to the participants. My name is Carrington, as you probably know by now. I'm going to talk to you a bit about deep learning. So what does deep learning mean? We know what learning means right now. So what does deep learning mean? Next slide, please. So this is a breakdown of the talk. We'll first introduce ourselves to the basic units of deep learning models. They're called artificial neural networks. We'll then get into deep learning and training of these neural networks. Remember that learning is training. Training is the basic component of learning, and then move on to some examples of architectures, generative adversarial networks, convolutional neural networks, recurrent neural networks, and then we will talk a bit about what you will be doing tomorrow and the day after during your hackathon, which is transfer learning. First, introduction. What are neural networks? We are interested in knowing what these things come from. Now, for those of you, and I'm sure most of you have some background in biology, neural is a biological term, right? Meaning to do with our neurons. The basic units which exchange signals in our brains. So we will start with exactly that. We will start with biological neurons. Just to remind you of, I think for biology, we have a neuron, which is called a nerve cell. You can think of it as a nerve cell, specifically adapted for the exchange of signals, specifically in animals. It has things called dendrites. These dendrites, think of it as a receiver. For those of you with some background of radio astronomy, that's your receiver, receiving signals from other neurons. It then processes it. It has a nucleus which governs the cell, then passes the signal quickly to the synapses. Then again, the synapses have things called chemicals called neurotransmitters, which then are accepted by dendrites of other biological cells. So that is the idea. Out of these, a billion of these, several hundred billions of these even, your brain emerges. That brain that can learn, that brain that can fall in love, can get hurt. Out of this very basic thing, that brain of yours emerges. The brain that carries out computations. The brain that is feeling hungry right now. Roger, I'm helping the slides. So, scientists in the early 1950s, Professor Stine pointed out that these things are not new, data science is not new, so is artificial intelligence. By the artificial intelligence is 100 years old as a field of study, almost 100 years old. Starting with a lady, by the way, called Ada. In the 1950s, some scientists came up with something called the threshold logic unit, the TLU, or the linear threshold unit. It was a very simple idea. The unit receives signals. It receives an input. In a form of a matrix. I think Boniface drew a very nice matrix over there in that whiteboard. It receives an input, then assigns weights to each of these inputs. Yeah, so these are weights. Weights are just basically indications of how strong an input is in determining whether that neuron can fire or not fire a signal. Then all these weights are summed up. So the weights multiplied by the inputs are summed up, and then it is determined by a step function. The typical function is a Heaviside function, and then it fires. If it reaches a certain threshold, let's say 50%, it fires. If it doesn't reach the 50%, it's silent. So it's a very simple thing. As you can see, for those of you with some background of electronics, these things can be used to make logic gates, yeah? Not AND gates. So immediately you start seeing the importance, the utility of these things for computation. Yeah, I hope you can start to pick it up. Next slide, Roger. So the automatic things engineers do is what happens when you put stuff together. Yeah. Roger, am I wrong? I'm right. Yeah. So what if we put several linear threshold units together or threshold logic units together? We get a perceptron. So each of these is one of those things. This is an LTU, logic threshold unit, LTU, LTU, LTU. Each of these fires according to that simple rule. Does it get to the threshold I need to fire? If yes, no. If no, what can I do? So the perceptron accepts signals. It's a single layer of threshold logic units. It accepts signals with certain weights, and then these weights are fed into an output. So maybe this is 3 times, this is 1 time, this is a half, this is a quarter. So automatically you can tell that X3 is weak. X3 does not contribute to the output. Next slide. Next thing you can do is have several layers of perceptrons, and it is called a multi-layer perceptron. So right now you're starting to see a network emerge. Yeah, I hope you can see the network. So you take inputs and then feed them to the first layer of threshold logic units. So this is layer 1, layer 2, and then you have an output layer, and then you have an input layer. You can now, for more sophisticated networks, you don't use your step function. A step function is a function that looks like that. Use a more sophisticated function called a sigmoid function. Can somebody guess why? People with mathematics background, why do I use this instead of this? Points to groups. I mean, yes. Any idea? Somebody. How many of you have done calculus? Raise your hands. Yes. So what are you summing up? Why are you summing up? Integration. You want your signal to be continuous. So remember that this function is a very complicated function. You cannot differentiate around here. It will be something what Moses calls a singularity. You will fail to do calculus here. That's why you use a continuous function. You want it, instead of summation, you move from summation of signals to integration of signals. You're working now in the calculus domain, not in the statistics domain. Then the reason you do this is that your inputs are complicated. Your inputs are complicated, there are several. If you do sums, it becomes difficult to carry out a computation. Let's say you have 100 billion data points. Doing an integration is much faster. So instead of maybe you have several dots like that, you can learn a distribution function like that. And this distribution function will specify everything you need to know about your data points. Have you understood? Solanga is correct. Next. So why are we using artificial neural networks? Boniface has told us about regressors. I'll talk to you about support vector machines. Roger will talk to you about k-nearest neighbors and random forests. We are using neural networks, artificial neural networks. One, they are versatile. A neural network can do all the tasks a regressor does. Sorry, Boniface. A neural network can do all the work a support vector machine does. A neural network can do all the work a k-nearest classifier can do. Why? Because it is a network. So networks are adjustable. You can change a network of points into anything you want it to be. And therefore, in this structure of the network, the model will learn any problem that you throw it to. So networks are versatile. Two, they are powerful, they are robust. They learn relatively quickly depending on the amount of data you have. They can adapt to any other problem you throw at it. Three, and more importantly, they're scalable. Some neural networks, and you can do this practically using your machine learning models. Some, for example, support vector machines, they are limited in the amount of numbers, the amount of data that they can handle. Some algorithms, some classical algorithms have difficulty handling large amounts of data. Neural networks do not have that problem. Next slide. So deep learning, we've talked about neural networks and why we want to use them. So let me give you a short story about ants. Boniface saw this drawing and he started laughing immediately because I don't know how to draw. So please bear with me. This is an anthill. This is the environment of the anthill. These dotted lines are basically paths, possible paths to food. So the ant is going in that direction, the ant is going here and there and there and that. Now, when ants are moving away from the anthill, they lay down chemicals called pheromones, just so that other ants behind them can know the path they took. So they lay down pheromones, going like that. If they find food, they come back laying the same pheromones. So over time, in a region where there is food, there's a lot of food, there will be more ants because the smell will be stronger. Remember, ants only significantly perceive smell. So in the place where there's a lot of food, there are a lot of ants coming to. And there are more ants. And remember, each of this generation of ants is laying down pheromones. So the chemical again becomes much stronger. If in a region where there's no food, the ant goes and comes back without laying down pheromones. So over time, that path weakens. The smell of that path weakens. The smell of this path strengthens. Next slide. This is essentially what neural networks are doing. This is, and I don't know why scientists use complicated words. They call it backpropagation. This is essentially what neural networks are doing. Yes?
Go back to
Yeah.
So does that mean like the weights of the
you've caught it before I explained it. Yeah, Dennis has caught it immediately. Congratulations, Dennis. Yeah. The weights of a network are adjusted like that. So we have an input, they are adjusted in a similar fashion. We have an input of data. Now we have labels. Let's assume this is a supervised classification task. We have labels here. So the network accepts the inputs. Let's say it's houses in the fashion of Boniface. House 1 has 2, whatever, or property 1, property 2, doesn't matter. It goes in and maybe guesses this house is worth 10 million shillings. When it gets here, it finds that the house is worth 20, not 10. The network will go back. Which are these specific connections which contributed to me saying that the house is 10 million shillings? It is these red ones. So what do I do to these red ones? I'm going to weaken them. These blue ones got me closer to 10 million, so I'm going to strengthen them. And over time, if you do this over time, which is called an epoch of training, the blue network is going to be strengthened almost completely, and the red network is going to be weakened almost completely. And that way, you have a model that accurately predicts houses. It's a very simple idea. It's a network adjusting itself with the stimuli. Remember, I talked about stimuli of levels. So over time, it is getting better. If it is getting better, it is updating its internal state, and therefore it is learning. Next. So these matrices that Boniface drew over there, they are called tensors. Now, when people hear, I come from a physics background, when we see this word, it's automatic. We fear this word, we respect this word, we almost fail. So what is a tensor exactly? A tensor, next slide. A tensor is just a matrix with specified relationships between the elements of the matrix. It's just as simple as that. It is a hypertype matrix. So this matrix has a specified relationship between the elements. So that's all it is. So a tensor is a matrix with specified information. Next slide. So we have relationships. We can have relationships between specified tensors. For example, this is an example of physics. Don't worry about what it means, but I can show you an example. I can show you an example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, blah, 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 blah. So imagine that this is your first tensor. This is G. And this is your second tensor. This is T. If you want to know what this means, talk to Moses Langa over here. What your neural network is essentially doing is finding a map between G over here and T. So it maps the first element of the first tensor to the first element of the second tensor. Does that all through, like that, like that, like that. And it is trying to guess the weight of these maps. It guesses this weight by saying, for example, for this specific case, the map is 2. So 1 times 2 is 2, 2 times 2 is 4, and so on and so forth. So your network, your neural network is trying to recreate a tensor equation. And the tensor equation is a relationship between 2 or more tensors, which are matrices with specific information. So that's all your network is trying to do. It's trying to learn an equation by repeated guesswork. Next slide. That's why you have this library called TensorFlow. TensorFlow, because of backpropagation, the signal is moving throughout the network. The signal is moving throughout the network and coming back with specific feedback. So this movement of tensors, this flow of tensors leads to that TensorFlow. The library you'll be using is called PyTorch. Next slide. So deep learning architectures, we're going to rush through here. Specific configurations of neural networks perform specific tasks. So depending on how we arrange these neural networks, we can do specific things. Because I told you they are versatile, but they need to be arranged in a similar fashion as to allow them to do the specific task. Just like human beings, by the way, they need to be arranged in a specific manner. If you want human beings to teach each other, put them in the configuration of a school. If you want them to make money, put them in the configuration of a what? Of a company. So similarly, you need to arrange neural networks, which you can think of as networks of LTUs to perform specific tasks. Just next slide. So the first architecture, which is an arrangement of neural networks basically, is a convolutional neural network. This is mostly useful for image processing because it has specific two kinds of layers called a pooling layer, but the most important layer is called a convolutional layer. This is a mathematical term which basically means to slide a mathematical function through another one and to try find the correlations between these two mathematical functions. Yes, neural networks are basically mathematics. You're basically sliding one tensor against another tensor and trying to see what happens. What are the similarities? What are the differences? So you receive an input, which is typically an image, which is then sampled into a convolutional layer, and then pooling basically is taking an image, let's say of 1080 by 1080, and then reducing it to maybe 360 by 360, but retaining the information, retaining the relationship between each pixel. That's a pooling layer to simplify computing. And then you have an output. So an output might be classification, etc. Next slide. These are interesting models. Carolina mentioned them. Generative networks. Specifically, we're going to talk a bit about generative adversarial network. So you basically have a layer, which is a convolutional layer. It can basically discriminate between originals and fakes. You train it by passing through, this is the discriminator. You train it by passing through original images. And then you have a generator, which basically starts with the noise alone. It generates a fake image, which might be poor in the first training instant, and takes it to the discriminator. The discriminator tells it, no, that's a fake image. So it returns and tries to get better, back propagation. And then you take it back. Maybe in the 10th try, it's successful. So it passes through. If it passes, you fail the discriminator. When the discriminator fails, it tries to train again and accepts real images. And then it can get better. And over time, this generator discriminator network can give you very cool images. Next slide. Can somebody quickly tell me which of these are real pictures? Just quickly. Boniface, you're not allowed to participate. Geoffrey, I'm not sure you are allowed to participate. Yes, Patrick. None of them is real. Why? Why? Why do you think all of them are generated using guns? Yeah? They don't align with? Give me an example. Yeah. The cheeks. This one. Yes. She was the most original for me and you. But you know why? Anyway, yeah, Patrick is right. All these images are fake. The thing I used to tell whether they're fake is the background. For some reason, this specific algorithm, which is called a style generative adversarial network, has not yet figured backgrounds properly. But with the time, it will. So as you can see, these so-called deepfakes, I forgot to mention, deep learning is just adding several layers of LTUs. So that's the deep in deep learning. For some reason, deepfakes are not yet, this style gun is not yet there in terms of generating real images. But they look very real to me, don't they? Yeah, they look very real to me. Next slide. Roger is lost. Yeah. Recurrent neural networks, specific architectures that are used to learn sequences. I'm sorry, I won't dwell on them too long, but they learn sequences. They do back propagation not in space, but through time. Because the layer is you can have a single layer which is used several times. So they learn sequences. They have some sort of memory which allows them to learn sequences. The memory is in the structure of the neural network. Next slide. If you want to know more about them, please talk to me at lunchtime. Transfer learning, which is the most important part. Let's say you have a CNN, a convolutional neural network, which knows how to classify 10 kinds of animals perfectly well. That's the input, 10 animals. And then it can tell you dog, cat, elephant, giraffe, etc., etc. And you've trained it very well. It has a very nice, well-defined structure like that between the layers. And nice, that's good. It has gotten a good output. It has gotten accurate output. Now, let's say you had a subset of these animals. You're only interested in cats, elephants, and maybe dogs. One, you will retrain the entire network. You can retrain the entire network, do back propagation, and get a good network. But to make your life simpler, which does not improve your chances of success, by the way, to make your life simpler and to improve your chances of success, you can remove some layers, some top layers, they call them top layers. You can remove some top layers and maintain these ones. The reason why you maintain the early layers is that these early layers learn low-level features. So for example, the difference between what an animal and a plant, maybe. They learn low-level features of the images. These low-level features of the images are likely to be universal. They're likely to apply for all instances of animals. So you keep these layers because they're good and the weights are specified nicely. And then you add your own layers, the purple ones, and then now train those ones. Keep these layers frozen, and then that's the technical term for it. Freeze this network, keep it fixed, and then train on this. And over time, this model will converge fast and will allow you to do classification. Next slide, please. What you're going to do is what you're going to use in your transfer learning model. It's called BAT, bidirectional bidirectional encoders. Bidirectional encoders. It's a kind of transformer. It has been trained on 3.3 billion words, English words, from Wikipedia, I think, and somewhere else. And therefore, it's a very good language model. You're going to freeze these layers, and then you're going to train your own layers, and then see the convergence tomorrow. You're going to use two. One is BAT. This is an algorithm developed by Google, and then COVID Twitter BAT, developed by, I think, a research group in a bioinformatics research group in Europe. So you're going to test these models tomorrow by training your own neural networks and see whether they will converge quickly and measure, as Roger said. Next slide. Just an end quote. This is Geoffrey Hinton, one of the developers of this idea of back propagation and going back for food. In science, you can say things that seem crazy, but in the long run, they can turn out to be right. So science has space for creativity. If you get really good evidence, in the end, the community will come around. So all that matters is evidence. Please go build your weird models, show us your evaluation metrics. If they're wonderful, you will win the hackathon. So thank you very much.
So once again, thank you, Carrington, for the presentation. I would like to welcome one or two questions from the audience, and also maybe Carrington, if you can just take a minute and so if you can just take a minute on the issue of propagation and explain what happens whenever a network seems to be dead. How do you ensure that it doesn't die forever? Maybe on this slide, I think you explained it. Maybe someone will ask.
Yes.
Yeah.
So by dying, Boniface is talking about something called in generative adversarial networks, mode collapse. There's something exploding gradients and vanishing gradients. The model, I didn't want to get into the mathematics completely.
Just about it.
Yeah, an overview. Okay. The model trains by something called stochastic gradient descent or other gradient descent algorithms. Gradient descent is a simple idea. You're trying to minimize a function, an error function. It is typically called an error function. The model computes the gradient here. If it is still steep, it goes down a bit, and then goes down, and goes down, and goes down, like that. Now, if you don't have gradients to compute, vanishing gradients, the model is incapable of learning. It can't move. The model cannot move between these gradients of the function. It cannot minimize, and therefore it cannot converge. It cannot, and this means for you, it cannot correctly classify your tweets, your images, if you are an astronomer or a satellite data analyst. The trick to this, one, is to make sure that it can move well enough within the function. It can move well enough within the error function. So if it can move well enough, if you have very small, what are these things called? Tolerances. If you have very small tolerances, the thing takes too long to move between points. Second point, initialize your weights randomly. So when you're starting the network, do not start with 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 everywhere. I know it's the easiest thing to do, but you command TensorFlow or PyTorch not to do this for you. Don't start with zeros everywhere. What happens when you have zeros everywhere? No information exchange between layers. And if there is no information exchange between layers, there is no possibility of training your data. So when your neural network dies, when it's unable to converge, you just reinitialize your weights randomly, and then hopefully it will recover.
Okay, so 2 questions from the audience, then we can break for lunch.
Yes, Patrick. Yes. Learning rate. Yeah, it's called learning rate. Thanks. And you specify this in TensorFlow. You use TensorFlow or PyTorch? PyTorch. Use both. Yeah, I think both can be specified even within PyTorch. Yeah, I'm not used PyTorch. Yeah, it's called the learning rate. Thank you, Patrick. It's called the learning. What is the tolerance? Yeah. I think I'll find out whether it's related to the learning rate.
So once again, thank you, Carrington. Maybe you can clap for Carrington, then we break for lunch. So we are going to have a group photo for during the lunchtime. And again, we need to come back early. So initially we had planned that we should be back at 1:30, but we are going to come back at 1:20. So make sure that by 1:20 you are in. So okay, so immediately after lunch, that is 5 minutes to 1:20, we are going to assemble outside the main canteen and take a group photo. And then we should just come back at 1:20. So I've been informed that when you're going for lunch, just make sure that you go together so that it's done once and then we can be done within a few minutes. Hi, Lindsay, are you there? Okay, so we are just breaking for lunch and we should be back by around 1:20 Kenyan time or
That's great.
11:20 UK time.
Yeah, our next speaker will be ready online at 1:30. So if you just make sure you're ready for him. You
Okay,
guys
thank you.
done an excellent job this morning. If you can check the YouTube, you've all had some really good comments. People are really, really loving your tutorials. So well done.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
All right, have a good lunch. Talk soon.
Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Ian.
Hi, Lindsay. How are you?
Nice to see you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, indeed. You too. I like the drums.
Oh, yeah, not mine, but you know, if I need to, yeah. They're just on lunch at the moment. I think they'll be back in the next few minutes. So,
Okay, very good.
All right, to
How's
just
it going so far?
It's going really well, actually. Yeah.
Very
Got
good.
some really nice T-shirts printed for them and everything. You see them on the Twitter. Quite.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Hang on here. Yeah. Okay.
So, hi, Lindsay.
Hi.
Hi.
Have you met Ian before, Bumfuss? You met him at Goonelli?
Yeah, I think so.
I think you've met Carrington, Ian.
Yeah.
It's complicated. And you say,
So kindly please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi Ian. So with me is I'm Boniface Oguto Soro, former Dara cohort. Hi. And with me is Roger Dipo.
I'm Roger Dipo. Hi Ian.
Hi.
Ian, do you want to try?
So Carrington is also going to join us soon, and he's going to bring the students back to the lab. They spend a lot of time taking pictures, and they should be back in 2 minutes time.
Lovely. Do you want to just check sharing your slides again and just make sure that works?
Sorry?
I just wanted to, yeah, that's. You see that at your end? Is that okay, Bob?
So guys, settle down. That is okay?
Yep, great.
How many people do you have there in the conference?
So we have 16 actually in the classroom, but we also have people watching online. It's being streamed to YouTube. Yeah. Around 10 or so people online. Streams will be recorded and shared later as well. You see the t-shirt?
Yes.
Oh, no worries, Bumpers. I was just asking Ian, does he see nice t-shirts that you guys got made?
Okay, cool. So welcome back, guys. Hope you had a nice lunch. So our next speaker is Ian Jones. Ian Jones is the CEO of Goonhilly Earth Station, and this is a company in UK. He will talk about more about it. It's a company that deals with satellite communication, also manufacturing of antennas. And one thing you need to know about the next speaker is that he's a CEO of a company who managed to receive the first image of Mars for the Mars Express mission. Ian has been a friend of Dara. He's the industrial partner for Dara, and the company deals with a lot of issues to do with data. It has got a supercomputing facility that you might be interested in. It's one of the few companies in the recent past that are now getting into the space industry, of course, from commercial realm. And I think he has got a lot, and we will enjoy the session. He's one of the titans in the area of commerce or commercial space industry. So I will, since that is alive, I will ask you to give him a round of applause before we can start. And then we can start straight away. So Ian, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Boniface, for the invitation, and Lindsay as well. It's great to be part of this conference. So let's tell you a little bit about Goonhilly and some of the things that interest us in terms of big data. So this actually is an aerial picture of Goonhilly. It's a site in the very far southwest of the UK, and it started off life in the 1960s, in 1962, when the first of these big antennas, Goonhilly 1, over here on the left, was built. It's a very similar antenna to the Mark II telescope at Jodrell Bank, actually built almost to the same design. And it was used to pick up the first transatlantic TV pictures. At the time, actually, there was a debate as to whether a parabolic dish or a horn antenna would be the best option. And in the UK, we chose a parabolic dish. And of course, that's what's been used around the world since then for satellite communications and also for radio astronomy. Right down at the bottom in the middle here, you can see the dish that we recently used to pick up those Mars Express pictures that Bombast talked about. So what are we and who are we? Well, as I mentioned, we've been around since the 1960s, but really in the 1960s, only superpowers could afford to do space, so the Americans and the Russians. And so we relied on this American satellite to go into space. And it was the national telecom companies that owned the ground stations because they were very expensive and you know, really one-offs. But wind forward to the the 21st century, and really the satellite industry is a very mature industry, and private companies can now do satellite communications. And so we got, we decided to set up a company. And when Goonhilly looked like it was essentially going to be taken down and the business moved on to other things, I formed a company especially to rescue the site and to do some more interesting things with the site. So we have a billionaire investor, and that seems to be all the rage today in space. Find yourself a billionaire. So we did, and so that helps. But I have to say that you don't have to necessarily find a billionaire investor. You know, we started off just with a lot of hard work and winning contracts and just working hard. But our business model really is to essentially diversify the revenue that we can earn at Goonhilly. So we've built a lot of smaller antennas, and you can see in the picture here in the middle left, we've built all of these antennas in the last few years. We didn't buy new antennas because we couldn't afford them, so we essentially bought second-hand antennas, and we put those together and we provide services for satellite operators. We work very closely with the European Space Agency, and so through the European Space Agency, we've had a big contract to upgrade our largest antenna, which is the 32-meter dish, and that's now become part of the European Space Agency's Deep Space Network. But we've also worked very closely with universities and the DARA partner universities, and here in the middle you can see the installation of a cryostat, super-cooled receiver, and here's the actual cryostat down below here. This is installed on our second largest antenna, Goonhilly 3, and so that has now become a very powerful radio telescope, but also a dual-use instrument that we can use for other purposes as well, and that's really important. So I'm sort of talking to you in Kenya at the moment. Interestingly, the Longonot station in Kenya has a copy of both of these two antennas, almost identical to the ones at Goonhilly. And we've been using Goonhilly 6 to pick up signals from Mars. But we're also interested in big data and what can be done with the data from space. So part of our value chain, if you like, if you start from this end of the value chain, it's literally providing antennas for other people to communicate with. But if you move across to the right-hand side of the value chain, then actually downlinking the data, processing the data, and doing interesting things with deep learning are really the things that really help the business to grow. So we've been working closely with Professor Geach at Hearts University. He's been using our supercomputer to develop algorithms for essentially using radio astronomy techniques to see through clouds. And this is the supercomputer cluster we've invested in here at Goonhilly. So over a relatively short time, we've been able to build up a really big customer base and provide services to lots of different customers, as you can see. But one of the really important things is for us as a business is finding collaborations. So working closely with the university partners and with DARA and DARA Big Data has been a really big part of what we do, and engaging with those sort of communities really helps to understand some of the problems, and you guys, as you're learning these new techniques around big data, those are exactly the sort of skill set that we need as a growing company. So it's a really important thing to us to keep those close links. So for the future, we're looking now to expand our company internationally and looking to build out a global deep space network. But we're also very keen on the things that we can do with both the hardware, manufacturing hardware, but also processing the data as well. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. So these are the images, the first images that Goonhilly received from Mars Express. So this is the Mars Express is a European spacecraft that was sent to Mars about 15 years ago. And now Goonhilly has the task of essentially commanding that spacecraft and downloading the data from there. So these are the first images that we were able to receive at Goonhilly. So let me switch now and talk about big data in our terms, in terms of why is a company like Goonhilly interested in big data. And of course, here's my famous cartoon, which I scraped off the internet. You know, we all think about Google in terms of big data. I think my home has gone on fire because Google AdWords just pitched me a fire extinguisher and an offer of temporary housing. So, you know, this is the Google side of things, listening to all of our keystrokes and all of the things that we want to do and making inferences from that. And, you know, essentially what's going on here is you've got lots of information coming in, which is complex and noisy and has a very poor signal to noise ratio, and perhaps very difficult to see what's going on. And then this magic happens, and then you get, you know, this really important information that you can really do something with as a result. So I guess, you know, in your conference, this is what you're learning about, what that magic is. And I just wanted to just spend a couple of minutes just talking about a couple of things that we're particularly interested in, where it sort of impacts on us. So, of course, you're all familiar with these sorts of things, you know, your Fourier analysis and matrix multiplication in doing the calculations in radio astronomy. But we also use these in satellite communications an awful lot, and also, of course, it's a key component in neural networks and AI. So one of the things that we've done at Goonhilly is we've invested in supercomputing capabilities with these NVIDIA Tesla cards that can do this sort of matrix multiplication very, very quickly. And we've used that, you know, with university partners like Professor Geach and the work there on doing AI and machine learning on Earth observation data sets. But we're also interested in processing real live data from satellites. And the interesting thing there is that it's not necessarily a big data problem, but it's processing wideband noisy data real time. And for us, that's quite interesting because doing signal processing on real live data in real time uses many of the skills of the big data world, but it gives you very timely information very immediately. And you don't have to be Google. You don't have to have had years and years of collecting information. You can do it on a live stream that you can collect directly from your antenna. And I just wanted to give you one example of a type of system that we use an awful lot within the satellite communications world. And many of you will recognize this as a correlator. And correlation is used throughout, you know, radio astronomy, but has lots of applications in lots of different areas. And really, this is my last slide. So I wanted to give time for you to ask me questions and things, but let me just go through what's going on here. So we've got essentially 2 shift registers, and those are represented in the diagram at the bottom, but they're also represented in the images at the top there. And sort of diagrammatically at the bottom, what you've got is you've got data coming in to the top shift register. Actually, the images are reversed in my my red and white bands are actually reversed compared to the diagram. So the information in the red and white bands is coming at the bottom. And then I'm comparing that against a set pattern. And that set pattern can either be a fixed pattern or it can be a changing pattern. And what we're looking to do is see whether those 2 items correlate. And we do it essentially by doing an exclusive OR function or a multiplying function on the 2 data sets. And bizarrely, the human brain, the human eye is really good at being a correlator. So you can tell me when you think these images correlate. And it's one of those things that is really incredibly obvious. When the signals correlate, it becomes so obvious. And that's one of the magical things, if you like, about the correlation process. You get this amazing gain. And but what happens if you think about what's going on here in this process is that you're summing up the test of each and every individual bit against each other one. But that's all happening very quickly, and this is why the correlation process is computationally very expensive. It takes a lot of computation power to do it. But when it actually lines up and you see the signal correlated, it's so obvious. You get this massive gain in the correlation function is a very strong function. So we can use that really interestingly for detecting. Well, it's a very powerful function. It's used within the GPS system. So we create codes on the satellites in space, code those up, and in your mobile phone, you have a copy of that code. And so when you're trying to receive the signal from the GPS satellite, you essentially create this correlation function. And when the codes line up, you all of a sudden get a significant gain. And the gain that you get is basically the ratio of the information bandwidth to the coding bandwidth. So if you wanted to get let's say a 10,000 to 1 coding gain, you essentially create a code which its clock is running 10,000 times faster than the information rate. And then you get this correlation peak that gives you 40 dBs of gain. And in communications terms, that's actually huge. So we can use this technique for things like spotting satellites in space. So here is some work that we've been doing on Goonhilly 3 with the Oxford Cryostat. And we have been able to successfully watch 2 satellites dock with each other in space covertly. So we're able to essentially see the radar signal coming off these 2 spacecraft. And actually, so we're not detecting the radiated communication signal from the spacecraft. We're actually using essentially a radar technique. And by sending coded signals on the transmitted signal and using a correlator on the receiver, then you can start to even image what that satellite looks like. So that's just a very sort of short summary of what Goonhilly is and some of the interesting things that we're looking at in terms of space AI and big data. So I'm happy to sort of pass back over to you if you've got any questions for me. I'd be very happy to answer them.
So once again, thank you very much, Ian. And I would now like the audience to take or ask questions directly to Ian. So the first person to ask. Questions for Ian? So Dennis, just introduce yourself and then ask your question.
My name is Dennis, and thank you for your presentation. I think it's one of the high-level presentation. So I would like to ask if in case we need to use your data for research and all that, how can we access that kind of data?
Okay, so yeah, thanks for the question. The supercomputer that we built at Goonhilly has essentially an access portal, and so we can create a virtual machine on that computer, and we can divide the cores of the GPUs up and give access to use that supercomputer. So if you wanted, for example, if you had an experiment to run and you wanted to have access to a supercomputer to do that, we can arrange for that to be the case. Now, obviously, we're a company and we normally are wanting to charge some money for that, but I'm sure we can, if you have some experimental work and we have some spare time available on the computer, that I'd be very happy to discuss with you how we provide some free access for you to use it. And then in terms of the data being downlinked from space, what tends to happen is that currently there are a number of organizations like Planet Labs, for example, who have downlink facilities at Goonhilly. Now, that's their proprietary data. So the information is downlinked at Goonhilly and then it's passed through to their headquarters. But we're currently in discussions about how we can have access to actually store and use their data and make that available for other people to work on. So those are sort of ongoing discussions, and it's the same is true for a number of different organizations we work with. We're working with, for example, a Japanese manufacturer who's making a multispectral optical instrument, and they want to partner with us and have access to their downlink data. So there's some options that we can discuss in terms of how we can give you access to the data.
So thank you very much, Ian, for the response. Any other question? So I think I can take this chance to ask a question also. Ian, would you mind to state to us whether getting involved in big data was something that the company had planned for when you are engineering, or is something that came up as when you started operating and realized that, okay, there's a demand for, or there's need to be involved in big data?
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, are we seeing a situation whereby in the next few decades, ground station companies or ground station service providing companies are likely to be involved in big data?
Okay, that's a really good and interesting question, because I think my background is I'm an electronics engineer, and I've always worked in the field of digital signal processing. So early in my career, I designed satellite modems, and so that whole process of designing modems involved creating ways in digital electronics to modulate and demodulate signals, to filter them, to process them, to encode data and decode data. And all of those processes that you use in digital signal processing are the sort of elemental processes that are used in big data analysis, in AI and machine learning. That they use the same core sort of fundamental processes, if you like. So all of that happened, and I sort of forgot about it. And so then when we took over Goon Hilly, there was a large data hall available. So, sorry for my dog whimpering in the background here. There was a large data hall, and we decided that we should turn that into a data center. And through the process of building the data center, I started to look into AI and machine learning, and realized that these two components were very similar, but digital signal processing and AI. So we decided to invest in supercomputers to get involved in big data. And then at a conference, I met the government chief scientist for the UK, and he said, "Oh, you're rubbish, you're too late. The Americans have stolen the march on big data, and they have huge data lakes, and there's no point in trying to compete because we don't have the core information to process, so we're way behind." But increasingly, I've realized that, and there's a big movement now, really in combining big data and digital signal processing, and especially from a physics and radio astronomy background, where all of the tools that you're going to be learning throughout this conference of data reduction and point spread functions and regression techniques, and all of those techniques are techniques that give you sort of superpowers in the data processing world. And if you combine that with techniques of digital signal processing, then you essentially, why leave the computer to do all of the learning when you've got a physics background and you know the equations? Apply those and make a sort of a blended combination. And I think that's where there's a huge amount of new research that can be done, and a huge amount of really important commercial information or important information to humanity that can be gleaned out of the sort of data sets that are around. So for example, the SKA data sets, or even Earth observation data sets that are coming from Earth observation satellites. So I think that sort of combination of realizing you don't have to follow the standard path that everybody sets out, but the skill sets that you're learning in big data right now, combined with your physics knowledge, I think is incredibly powerful.
Thank you very much, Ian, for the response. If there's another question, we can take one before I ask. So one thing that also Goon Hilly does is offering a certification course on, I think, satellite communication or exploration. So I would like maybe, Ian, if you can give them a bit about the availability of the course. It's a certification course, an important one. Maybe we have got people from electronic engineering. They might be interested in the course and whether they might be maybe qualified for a subsidy with regards to maybe the fee, certification fee, and if it will be available this year.
Yeah, indeed. So, of course, because of COVID, we've suspended the courses that we normally run last year and this year, which is a great shame. But this all started actually with school children. In the UK, we have a system where school children can request to have work experience. And because we were a small company, it was difficult for us to commit to doing that. So we decided to put on a training course, and it's all grown from there. So we brought these up again next year. We have we do professional courses in mission operations for people in the industry with discounts for students, and but also we run courses through Dara and Dara Big Data as well. So there's a few different opportunities that is involved. Either on one of our professional courses with a student discount, or to one of the collaborations we've been on.
Thank you very much, Ian. I'm sure you can keep on checking the GoonHilly website. It should be up after this. So if there's any other question for Ian before we can allow him to leave. So once again, thank you very much, Ian, for the wonderful presentation about what GoonHilly is doing. We are very proud to be associated with the company. And I hope you have learned a lot about the synergy between electronics and big data in general. So maybe if you can give a round of applause to Ian before we can return it to Lindsay. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Thanks so much, Ian.
So, Lindsay.
Thanks, Bumpus. Well, it's over to you guys now. I see that we're on for tutorials for the rest of the afternoon. The next one, I think, is you, Bumpus, with linear regression. Is this right?
Yeah, so we made a change. We were supposed to have data preparation in the morning and then linear in the afternoon, but we started with the linear regression. So we are going to do data preparation now.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Please, yeah, take it away and make sure you share your slides. Thank you, Bumpus.
Thank you. So once again, welcome back for our afternoon session on data preparation and exploration. And in this short overview, we are going to look at basically a recap on what is data, and then we're also going to look at exploration of data and why do we do this. And then on the last section, we are going to look at managing data, especially when you're trying to build these algorithms or data pipelines. So allow me to jump on it. Statistics connected together for references or analysis. So this can come in some form of quantities, characters, or symbols. Or sometimes there's a computer operations that also results in data like electrical signals, and we have to find a way of storing this data into computers. So data basically comes from a Latin word, datum, for plural, and it can be single or multiple points, and therefore when you have got multiple data points or datum, we normally refer to them as data points. For example, in the morning, we're talking about having 1 to 200,000 houses, then we can say we have maybe 200,000 data points. So you need to know that difference. So sometimes you can collect or you can call data points data set depending on what you prefer best. So there's a key difference between data, information, and knowledge. And the way we like to conceptualize is that data is normally in raw format. Sometimes they don't make sense the way they are. They have to go some kind of processing to give us information. And that information is what leads to coming up with a knowledge-based decision. For example, if you're looking at the weights of patients in an hospital or looking at cholesterol level of patients, then if you just have the values, then nothing more than values. But you can process it to make some inference. Maybe you can use the patient's height and weight to come up with BMI. And that means now you have translated the raw data into an information. And once you have got that information, you can change it to a knowledge. For example, you can say that, okay, you are having this BMI. What does this imply medically? Maybe it implies that you are overweight or you are underweight. So there's a very good connection between data, information, and knowledge. So this is a very good example. Like you have a date, a name, a color, and a grade for an exam. So if you look at that statement, it can give you a lot of information that you can get from just looking at this statement. Although most of this is qualitative, but as we said, in real world, you have got all sorts of data, and it's good to be acquainted to that kind of, having that kind of knowledge. So we can have qualitative data, and we can have quantitative data. It's always easier to work with quantitative data because maybe several years of experience with maths, you start learning maths from the word go. The moment you start formal education, you start doing maths. So it's always easy to work with quantitative data. However, that doesn't mean that we only have quantitative data in real world. In real world, we have got qualitative data, and there are several sources of this qualitative data. It can be individual interviews, it can be focus groups, it can be observations, or even action research or active research, so to say. Then, on the other hand, we have got quantitative data, and basically here we are talking about numerical variables. So how much, how many? So those kind of questions, it's always can be given in terms of numbers. You can say we have 16 participants. So 16 in that case is a quantitative data. You can say we have about 16 participants who are ready to learn. Data science. So ready to learn, that's qualitative data, but 16 is a quantitative data. So there's no way, or it's not, you can not directly measure how these learners are ready to learn. But you can directly measure the number of people or the number of these learners by giving the value of 16. So that's just to illustrate how it's always easier to conceptualize quantitative data compared to qualitative data. So even in quantitative data, we have got discrete data. So like when we talk about discrete data, we are talking about data that is made more precise. For example, 2 out of 100 people in Nairobi, I'm not using 2, have contracted COVID-19. So that's just a statement, it's not true. I'm just giving us an example, so don't take it for a fact, okay? Then we have got measurements. So measurements, these are kind of continuous data. So sometimes there's data that is continuous, it's not discrete in the sense that maybe you are measuring the temperature of a room. It can be 14.4, 14.5, 14.6. But when I talk about people, we're talking about 6 people, 7 people, 8 people. There's no intermediary between maybe 6 and 7. So that's, I hope, illustrates the issue of quantitative data. So if you are going to do, or if you are basically, all of you are involved in this field of data science and all machine learning and all that. But in reality, whenever you are learning this, for example, if you take a course online in any of the certification platforms or maybe tutorials, you normally have got a data that is very easy to work with, is relatively clean, but that's not always the case if you start working on real world. So if you're working on real data, then you expect something like this. In online version, you have got this kind of a smoother, maybe dragon, but when it comes to the real life, then this is the kind of data that you face. So you are going to face a data that is highly unstructured. There's so much issues to do with. So in your data set, you might encounter the issue of missing data. There are points that are missing. For example, if you're talking about patients in an hospital, you find that you have the weight, height, but you don't have got the cholesterol level. Another patient, you have got the cholesterol level, you have the height, but you don't have the weight. So that is the issue with missing data. We have got the issue of corrupt data. So sometimes you're looking for weights and heights of patients in an hospital, but you find maybe somebody just faked the data. They were given the money to go and do research. They didn't do that. They just generated some kind of data. So you are highly likely to deal with corrupt data. In another sense, you can have invalid data. Invalid data comes in, and it's always easy to point out. Maybe you are looking for patient files or patient data. You are interested in weight and height. Then on a certain section of weight, you find that there's date. So it's an invalid data. However much it's there, but it's invalid. You cannot use it the way it is. So that is what normally happens when you are dealing with the real life data. So you are expecting to find a very nice data like the iris data for machine learning, but that is not always the case. The case is that you are likely to be faced with this. So how do you go about this? So you go about this by basically applying some of the statistic tools and also doing some processes to ensure that you come up with a data that can be acceptable and give you insights on what to expect. So one of the key things that we use is what you know as descriptive statistics, and it's very important to know that here we are talking about basically describing what we have. So if you have got a statistic of 16 people, you can say the mean may be, or the median value is maybe 8, or the mean is 8 or something like that. So this statistic basically means that we are talking about the data that we have. Of course, there's other kinds of statistics like inferential statistics and all that. So your areas of interest whenever you're dealing with this, you might be interested in mean. What's the mean of this population or sample? What's the median? What's the mode? And also deal with measures of dispersion or how much the data points vary. You might be dealing with standard deviation, variances, or range. So those are some of the tools you might want to use to explore your data to just have got a rough idea of what you're having. So in relation to that, we can have measures of frequency, we can count, have percentages, and of course the frequency itself, or we can do some kind of measures of central tendency. So all of this, I think at some point we have interacted with this, and therefore it's important just to mention them as we go by. So you know the mean, the arithmetic mean. If you are given a set of values like this, and you want to calculate the mean, basically add all the values, then divide by the number. So sometimes these data points, we call them number of observations. So like we have got 12 different types of data, and all of them are in number at 11. So it's just 154 divided by 11 to give us 14. So that is just a brief to jog your memory. We have got the median. That one is straightforward. Maybe you can just take a keen look at a situation where you have got odd number of observations and calculating the median. So that is just to jog your memory, so it's not something that is complicated. And then we have got the mode, maybe the highest frequency. If you are having a group of 16 students, and maybe you can think of, maybe you are determined about or having your age, maybe there are some 10 people who are 20 years, and maybe the rest maybe are varying. So we can ask ourselves, what is the most common age among the 16 people that you have? Then in that case, we are talking about mode. Then you have got the position. So positions can be measured in terms of quartile. You can have upper and lower. It's a quartile range. So I've just given you that, so you can have it later for that because of time. And then we have got the variation or standard variation, average distance of the individual observations from the mean. In other words, when we talk about standard deviation, first of all, you need to calculate your mean, and then you try to estimate how far is the other observations from your mean. So for example, if the mean of maybe the mean age of the participants is 25, and therefore we have got somebody who is 26, then you can always use standard deviation to calculate that, okay, the person who is age 26, how far is it from the mean of the data points that you are using, or the sum of the data points. And of course, you have got the variance, which is a very straightforward, and it's just the square of the standard deviation. So once you have got the standard deviation, if you square it, you can have the variance. So there's a different sets of data set that you can use for practice, and this site is very good. We have got Kaggle, and if we have to do some kind of data preparation, we can opt for this site. But why not create our data set? And as you can guess, we have already created that. For example, when you are applying for this course, there was a form that you are filling. From that, we could be able to generate all the data, and we can use that for some illustration. So always, you can rush for this site. It has a very good way of starting. If you are starting on data science or starting on machine learning and all that, Kaggle.com has got a series of good data sets. The only challenge is that you might find data sets like this. Most of them are in this category. Very nice data sets. But in reality, this is what you are going to deal with. For example, if you take the example of our application for the data big data, there's some section that you are asking you maybe, what's your address? Somebody said 34, PO Box 34 Nairobi. Somebody said Kenyatta University, 4th Avenue. So those kind of things those are the things that you are likely to deal with data. So it's something that is very unstructured. You need to find a way of dealing with it. What do you call address? How do you determine the address of the person? Somebody asked, maybe, are you available to travel to Turkey every day? Somebody said yes in capital letters. Somebody said yes in small letters. Somebody just put a tip. So those are kind of issues that you deal with whenever you are having data. So it's not always straightforward. And that's why you spend a lot of time doing data preparation and cleaning rather than training the models. When it comes to models, the computers will pretty much do them for you as long as you know how they work. So there's a concept of data cleaning. And as I said again, data is very rarely clean. So most data that you will have, I can assure you that it will never be clean, unless maybe somebody faked it. And this is something that you need to know. Whenever you're dealing with data, maybe you send somebody to do interviews and they brought extraordinarily clean data, then you start raising questions because you don't expect it to be very clean. I'm not saying that it should not be clean, but in most cases, your data is not likely to be clean. So how do you deal with that? So we have got issues with missing data. Then you can transform data to work with. So you realize that you can go and collect data. For example, when you're talking about the application for DARA, somebody asked, or there was a question on whether are you available to travel to Turkey for the whole week. So the answer was basically yes or no. But when you are working with your algorithm, maybe you want to transform that yes, you change it into yes to mean 1, no to mean 0. That is the kind of things you do maybe when you're transforming your data. So that if you look at your data and you see yes, or if you look at your data and see yes, you convert it to 1, and no, you convert it to 0. So those are kind of things you do. Then there's a most common problem is we have missing data. So what do you do with missing data? You have got this net data that you want to class it through a machine learning algorithm, but you realize that there's some data points that are missing. So how do you handle that? There's a different way to do that. You can drop it altogether, but you might not want to do that if your data points are limited. Maybe you want to run a machine learning model, a classical one, and you have got 1,000 data points. If you try to drop all columns that have got null values, you end up with 400 data points. I'm telling you that is a nightmare for somebody who's doing this. So you have to come up with innovative ways of dealing with that. You can use or you can impute data. So imputing means basically you look at the previous trends and maybe try to drop some kind of values or kind of responses into your data. At some point, maybe you can convert it to a meaningful value. If it's missing, you might decide maybe, okay, I'm having the weights and this patient is missing a weight. What do I do? I can use those descriptive statistics that you are using, maybe calculate mean and assign it to that column so that you avoid the issue of dropping the whole column as a whole and missing some parts of your data. So this is a very nice meme presenting here. People who want to clean their data, there's no one. But who wants the clean data? Everyone wants it. So if you want clean data, maybe I can say there's no free lunch. You have to go through here. You have to clean your data. So we have got missing data in categorical values. So it's easy to create a new category. So if you look at this kind of a graph, at this point, there's some missing data. So you can look how the trend has been happening previously and try to fill this, but especially if it's categorical. But it becomes a problem when it's not categorical, maybe in terms of discrete data. Somebody is 56, somebody is, maybe you are looking at age. So there's no point that you can say, okay, if this person was 56, then this next person should be 57 or 58. It doesn't work like that. So sometimes it's always easy to work with continuous data than rather discrete data. So this is just a good way of handling missing data, and I think I've gone through it, so we don't need to repeat everything until that point. Also, I touched on converting or data transformation, and there's a different ways of doing transformation. So maybe converting continuous data to discrete categories, e.g., income ranges may be more useful than distinct values. Okay, you can also perform log transformations on data that are widely or those that are not scaled. Maybe you are having a large separation between the lowest and the highest value. So this is another one of my favorites. So this is a point where I'm thinking that I'm a very professional machine learning developer, and the next day I'm Googling how to import pandas on my data frame. It happens, it's very common, and that's why we are doing this stuff, so that the more you do it, the more you know it. So in summary, we have just looked at data, information, and knowledge, and then looking at different ways of looking data, and we can do that using Python. Of course, we are told that you should never stick to Python. These things, the programming languages are not your babies. If something new comes, don't feel shy to drop that Python and take something. A few years ago, there are people who are masters in Fortran, but maybe they refuse to change. Now, I don't want to say that they are jobless. No, that's not true. But anyway, I'm just saying that you can analyze data using Python, but this statement is not cast on stone. You can use any other platform. I'm just giving you as an example, and I'm going to use it anyway because that's my favorite. But the key thing is, they are not your babies. If something comes new, just feel free to drop it and take something new. So questions? So this is a very good illustration of when you're thinking before you start working on it, how you want to do your machine learning project. At first, it's a very nice NASA rocket, very powerful. And then as time goes by, it turns into a jet. Within a short time, it's a small plane. And then at a certain point, he said that for so long as it flies, whether it's a kite, it's okay. So this is a very good illustration of, actually, this is what you will experience. When you read about this, you look at YouTube tutorials and all that, you can do it very well. But when it comes now to real data, sometimes you start at this point. If things go, make sure that you fall here. If it's worse, don't come here. Or don't go to a point where it's not flying, it's just a car. No, just stick to yeah. So that's just a good example. So any question up to that point, again, as is the custom, thanks to Technical University of Kenya, IDEA that we are going to use it for infrastructure, and Big Data and OAD who have funded this project. I will now take questions before we can proceed to the other section. Question?
There's a question from Dan.
Okay, Dana, go ahead.
So for me, in the conversion of the basic, and usually it is so many tools, teacher.
So I will attempt to answer it, but I'm not saying that I'm going to give you a correct answer. The choice of what to use depends on the data. For example, if you're looking at maybe how Kenya shillings have been changing over a period, and you have got time and maybe the value against dollar. So if you realize that maybe there's a data missing for maybe 27th of June. So in that case, there's no option. It's like you cannot try to make a median value or a mode value for that. You will have to drop it altogether. So it depends actually the kind of data you're looking for or the kind of data that you're working with. So there's no correct answer to say that, okay, mode is the way to go or median is the way to go. The whole thing depends on the data itself, what you are doing, and the objective of the end goal of the whole project. So there's no direct answer to that. Yes? Maybe if you can be a bit louder. So here that is something very important that maybe if you have a missing data, you can use the data that was before it to fill it, or use the data that was behind it or after it to fill it. But again, as I said, it depends with the kind of data you are looking for. If it's something like a date, maybe the date is missing, then you are filling from the previous one to the next one to tell us that is the date, then it doesn't make sense also. Or maybe you are looking for different things. Maybe you have got a data sheet that may be looking at, let's say, the issue of Kenya, you're looking at maybe the amount of telecommunication customers within a region, and there's a column that is missing. The previous one was Safaricom. We have a missing column, and we have got Airtel the next. So if you fill this column that is missing with Safaricom, you are adding data to Safaricom, which is not true. Or if you fill it with Airtel, you are adding the data for Airtel, which is not true. So in that case, you might want just to remove the whole column. So it depends actually on the data that you're looking for. So it doesn't, as I said again, there's no rule of thumb that this is what you need to do. And that's why you spend most of the time cleaning and preparing your data. Yes, Ariel?
So in that case, how do you go about this basic measure or this? Because it's actually going to circulate, and the whole thing seems quite involved and be able to travel this process. So it's something that after that usually we do the perspective, what sort of time you have in mind when you give your
Okay, it's basically asking in practice, how long does it take you to ideally clean the data?
So that's very good. That's why when we start this talk, we're saying that for you to do data science accurately, you might need a programming knowledge, or you might need maybe certain softwares can do them. You don't necessarily need to program every time. There are softwares that can do this. I know of different softwares for doing machine learning for satellite imagery. So it doesn't mean that we have to go programming. But to answer your question, that is why you need these softwares and programs. So maybe a good example is the issue with CK Carrington. He had 1 million data points, and then he just ran a code to ask that remove all the data points that doesn't have location. By the time the code was done, he had got less than 20% of its data. So in that case, by just running a code, it's able to do a query on whether which point doesn't have maybe locational information. So in most cases, if you are working in Python, you will have to write a series of codes to do that, maybe a series of if statements, else statements, maybe something like that. And I wanted to, maybe if there's time, we can briefly go about maybe just a document, a series of data, the one that we used for this application, and you can see how it goes.
Just to add on this, for example, in Twitter, you have one English because the model understands, and then you have one geocoded to increase the location. So you will then write a specific line of code to remove, to only select for English. So the database, and you'll be doing this maybe tomorrow and the database, or the Twitter database contains specific language information. So you will strip that out using what we'll show you how to do that tomorrow, and then strip the other location information. It obviously took maybe 1 hour.
Yeah.
If you have the codes ready with you, then the computer just does it. It also depends on compute. You're right. It depends on your resources. So if cleaning can take anything from, depending on the edge of the graphs, can take anything from hours to weeks to months, depending on the nature of the volume, the noise.
Yeah, and just to add on that, that's why you need, sometimes you need high performance computing facilities like this one that you're going to use, so that it fastens the process. So one of the tools that we are going to use most of the time tomorrow is a series of libraries that have been written in Python to allow users to easily work out with data. And one example is NumPy, and we also have got Pandas. So these are some of the components or some of the libraries that you're likely to use tomorrow as you are running the tutorial and even the hackathon task. So for those guys who are maybe just a reminder, I know that all of you are good with this, but just a reminder, this is how we do it. It's a very straightforward, we just import it as long as it's already installed in your Python. And I wanted to have just a series of examples here to illustrate the point that we are making, that real data comes in different forms and is not always clean. It's like that dragon that I showed you. So to do that, so these are just a set of data that I generated, but I wanted us to take the example of the data that we generated when we were applying for this course. Yeah. So as you might be aware, I hope you can see my screen. So a good example, if you look at this cell, basically what we are trying to do is to bring in our data to the Python environment, and we are using Pandas, which is a series of libraries that you optimize for that. And if you look at this example of what I was saying, if you look at most of the tutorials, maybe online, you find that somebody already has got a data frame. But, or maybe, if he doesn't have a data frame, then maybe he has the data in a form of CSV. But you look at when you're applying for that form, or applying for the data big data, then the form that we generated was actually an Excel and not even a CSV or data frame. So the first thing that you do maybe here is to import it and maybe later on convert it into CSV. So here we are basically just importing the file. And the first thing that you do that, so we have imported it and assigned it to df1. So df1 is the name of our file. And when we run it, here we go. These are the, what do you call them? Column names. So in the first column, name, gender, study level, and so on. So if you are going to maybe use this example, maybe you are going to use this to recommend for an organization to use maybe data science tools to analyze the application without before, or do some kind of pre-identification of the best candidates, then you can start from this point. You create a pipeline that allows the user to input a data file. And that is where also, as you remember from yesterday's talk, there should be synergy between the data scientist and the data engineer. So if a data scientist is expecting maybe an Excel or a CSV, then the data engineer designed the system in such a way that whenever the applicants made an application, a PDF file is generated instead of an Excel file. So there will be a challenge, because once you come here, you need to find a way of converting that. So that is a good example of how you ensure that there's kind of understanding between these different components. So once, let's say that you want to use this information or use data science to maybe do pre-identification of the best candidates for this workshop, the first thing that you need to ask yourself is maybe you need an expertise in this area. So for example, you can give this data to anyone and do some analysis with it. But if you're not sure of the area, or you don't have expertise in the area, you can use the tools that are available in Python, but at the end of the day, you will come up with a bad decision. Why? Maybe the person who is analyzing this data focused on location and gender. But we know that if you're looking for maybe a hackathon, then there are some other pertinent questions that should be answered in an affirmative manner. For example, look at this column here, proficiency level of Python. So you are basically asking users if they are very proficient in Python. So this is the point you need, and subject expertise. So somebody who is decided to come up with this invent, what does he want from learners? If the expert wants the learners to grasp fundamentals of programming or Python, then he doesn't expect someone to be answering here highly proficient. Why? Because that's not the whole objective of the event. But if he's looking for someone, or he's looking for people who have already got foundation in Python, then he doesn't expect somebody to answer here poor. So in that sense, if you're designing your data pipeline, you can create a code here, Ariel, that just looks at the data of this column of proficiency level, and then whenever it's basic, you automatically remove the applicant. Or if it's highly qualified and you don't want people who are highly qualified, then it automatically removes the people who are highly qualified. So that's a good illustration. So the first thing, sometimes when you look at the data, the first thing that you normally do is to look at the shape of the data. How does it look like? So if I look at this, we can always do that in our code environment and just look at the shape. So if you do shape, it will always give you the data points and the column name, or the number of columns. So in this case, you have got limited data points, which is 394 and 12 columns. If this was current us data, we could be having here maybe millions and maybe 34 columns. And that's why people like rushing to those kind of applications, because they tend to be complicated and big, so to say. So the first thing you look at is columns and data points. However, it doesn't mean that whenever you have got data with the 12 columns, of course, these are very important. There's no debate about the data points, because remember from our principle, our machine learning fundamental, that the more data you have, the higher or the better your model. So we don't compromise on this. But now when it comes to columns, so columns basically tell us more about the data. So if you look at this, it doesn't mean that you have to apply all the 12 columns. You can quickly look at columns that you need to drop. That doesn't add so much value. So there's a different tools to do that. For example, I think it's not Seaborn. The scikit-learn has got a tool called Heatmap. You can basically plot all the columns and see how they relate. So If the correlation is very high, then it means you cannot drop that column. But if the correlation is low, then you can drop that column. For example, if you look at this data, if I have to look at this data, you will find that there's a strong correlation between these two columns. Because if proficiency level is high, then you expect this guy to be very much experienced in Python, right? If this proficiency level is low, then you expect this guy to have little experience in Python. So there's no way you can drop this and leave this. However, if you look at, let's say, you look at name and current address. So I don't think that's a good example. Okay, look at study level and current address. So maybe it's a diploma, bachelor's, master's, or PhD, and then the current address. So there's no correlation between that. Maybe the correlation is very, very low. It doesn't mean that maybe someone who comes from maybe a Makasi has got is a master student, and those people who come from around CBD are PhD students. No. So there's no kind of correlation. So you can easily drop out those columns that you don't necessarily need. So that is also another good way of looking at the data. And the columns that you drop, there's no rule, again, that allows you, or there's no rule that says that whenever you have this data, you drop these columns. No. The only thing you do is to study the data, see what's important. For example, in this case, we might rush to say that, okay, let's drop the current address. But remember that if you have got somebody who is an expert in Kenya, or somebody who knows the situation in Kenya, he will tell you that that current address at this particular time is important, because you might end up taking someone from Western Kenya, but is not able to attend the event because maybe Western Kenya is in lockdown. So in that case, you have to get that kind of expertise knowledge to guide you in making a decision. And that's why it's always important to bring people who are expert in the area that you are working on. So like in this case, we cannot afford to drop current address. So a quick one, which ones do you think can be dropped here easily without compromising the integrity of our data set? Just look at the columns. So these are the columns: name, gender, study level, current address, I think, institution, proficiency level, and so on. If you ask me, the first thing I will drop is this one. So we can easily drop that.
I would say the first one to drop is the name, because you want to anonymize data. The institution might have a bearing depending on the decision you're going to make whether to select the applicant or not. Might have a bearing. Yes.
Do you agree with Carrington? I hope somebody vehemently opposes you. Eric.
Proficiency level is more important than
institution. There's another question. That's why I asked if you are selected for this event for that week.
There's some people say no.
Yeah. So we can start with dropping, maybe. We can do that easily. So the name of our data frame is DF1. So remember these skills, I'm just giving you the generic ones that you're likely to use whenever you are doing this, but doesn't mean that this is what is available. There's a lot of tools. Okay. I'm going to drop institution, column name. I just copy it. And there's also one thing that you need to know. whenever you are given data, please make sure that you don't alter anything inside the original file. Just like in high school, you don't interfere with your, what do we used to call them? The reagents or something like that. You remember those people, whenever they have done with the practical, they go and mix the reagents so that next time when you come to do your practical, you don't find anything. The same thing applies here. Never interfere with your exact file or the original file, so that in case if there's an issue, you can always go and revisit it. DF?
Delete the dot space.
Remove that previous one.
Dot and run.
Removed. Tuition. Which other one can you quickly remove? Gender? Let me tell you one thing. If you look at that application form, and this goes generally, whenever you see an application that say people with disability, underrepresented people, gender and all that are highly encouraged to apply, it's just another software to say that we should give them more priority, okay? So I don't think in that case, gender was very, very important in ensuring that there's a gender balance. So what other thing can we move?
Are we okay with not anonymizing the data?
So if we are trying to build a pipeline that at the end of the day is going to recommend the people to go to the next stage. So yes, so we need to have the names because we are going to carry those names to the next stage.
No, but you have the raw levels as it is, and then you can now recover that from the database. The idea is that you don't want the name to have any bearing on whether you select somebody. We are intending. I know the name helps, not but the gender actually. Or the address.
The address. Yeah, I think we can remove the address because there's a question that is saying that if you are selected for this event, are you able to travel to TUK? So it doesn't matter, maybe you are in Lodwar, but you can make a private jet, charter jet to Nairobi. So that is the case, then you can say, yeah, exactly. So maybe somebody can accommodate you. So we can remove address again, okay? So F1. What's the name of the column? Is it current something? Let me just into the column names. So it's current. Mm-hmm. just the next day you Google. Stack Overflow. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So, okay. Itakata. To remove the second one, but you need the previous one.
In a reload.
So now, I'm supposed to delete Nini. F1 current. So yeah. Throw error.
Ulisha DF1?
DF1 inaonekana.
Hapa tu.
Yeah. I think I read the previous one. Yeah.
Imeenda. Imeenda.
Institution imeenda but not current.
No, okay. Current.
Axis is equal to 2. Inakuwa 1. Andika columns, andika different of columns.
Okay, so I don't think. Oh.
No, kuna space. Hiyo ndio shida. I think ulikuwa unakwenda kwa space. Nimekubali sasa.
So, sorry about that, guys. We have removed another column that is not of so much interest to us. And now, if you look at your data set, you only have got around, it should be 10 columns. So now you have got 10 columns. The question is now, is there any column that you need to remove that is not necessary? So if the answer is no, then you can proceed on with your data cleaning. You realize that as at now, we have got 394. Then now, we have reduced the number of columns that we're going to work with, but the number of rows that remain the same. Why? Because we said that we need more data points for our algorithm or our machine learning model to work very well. But the same thing is, maybe we don't want anyone who has got a basic knowledge to attend this workshop, and therefore we expect something maybe from average and above. So that is maybe according to the requirement. Sometimes the requirement can be that if somebody is very highly skilled or very good in Python, then we don't need them to attend also. So you can also create or you can write a code for that to remove anyone who is highly or doesn't have got or just have got basic knowledge in Python. So I did that, and I want us to test and see after doing that how many data points are we remaining with. Okay. So just by running this, such that ask or Ariel, we are the one who asked here, we have got 394 data points. But then we want to say that, okay, if somebody answered in the column of proficiency level of our data frame, if somebody answered that they have got basic knowledge, then just drop them off and then see how many people did that and what kind of data are we remaining with. So we can do that and run it. We can do df1.shape to see how many data points are remaining. So you can see from 394, we are back to 214. Another thing you look at this column, which was very, very important in making a decision on whether somebody should attend the workshop. I confirm that if selected to take, look at this column here, that if you are selected to take event in this, take part in this event, then you will attend it from beginning to end. Surprisingly, some people said no, that they won't attend from the beginning to end. Others said yes, but we require that maybe we should have got more online sessions. Somebody said no, but I will attend if there's online session. So in that case, we can just have a look at here and make a command that if anybody said no here, then just drop them, okay? We can try that and see how many data points are we remaining with after doing that. So I did that yesterday, and let's try and see what comes up. So already right now, we are having 214 data points, right? So let's run it and see how many are remaining after running that one. Just do shape. So there's only one person. So initially, oh, 4. So initially here, when we said that proficiency level should not be basic, we had 214 up from 394, right? Then after running this, anybody who said that they cannot travel to the institution, they should be removed from the list. Then we only have now 210. So you can see as you do a lot of pre-processing, you realize that your data is reducing. You can go a step ahead. I don't think there's time for that, but you can go a step ahead and look at this part also. I confirm that if selected to take part in this event, I will comply with all the guidelines to prevent disease transmission. I will not attend this event if I think I may be ill. So if somebody said no here, you can also again cut them from the list. And I wanted you to pay keen attention here. At this point, in this line here, we are saying that anybody who answered no, then we remove them. But you realize that sometimes somebody answered no with a small n. Given that this is just a basic code, it's not able to tell the difference between capital N and small n. So you might want to add another condition that, or you can create a loop for that to ensure that if somebody said no with capital N, or said no with small n, or said no with all cases capital, then they should be removed. So if you do that, you might find that the number will reduce. So those are kind of the things we do when preparing the data. Up to that point, I don't think if there's more time to do that. My time is up. And just a quick question, see if there's any, before I allow the next person to speak.
Question for Boniface. Let's clap for Boniface. Thank you very much for this. Questions for Boniface to do with data preparation?
So
Yes. I know in radio astronomy, and I think we've discussed this a while back. In radio astronomy, what is typically done to noisy data, that you can't sort of completely. You flag it, we call it flag. Is there a way of, let's say you're putting some radio astronomy data into, or astronomy data into, noisy data in general, into a model? Is there a way you can learn to live with that noise in the data? For example, RFI in the case of radio astronomy.
So it's good that you have got radio astronomers in the building. We have Langa, we have Geoffrey. Who want to go first? Because all of you are going to answer it anyway. Geoffrey.
or even in satellite image data, you have clouds. Would you recommend, let's say 50% cloud cover? Would you recommend trying to live with that image as it is? Or
I think that's where subject expertise comes into place. If you're talking about maybe radio astronomy data, maybe you are picking or the data that you are having maybe was in a wavelength that is rare, then chances are that it's highly likely to be seen from the noise. But if it's a wavelength that is almost close to the noise level, or maybe the signal ratio is close to the noise level, then removing that or flagging it off completely means you are taking away the noise and you are taking away the data. So that is where I think the point whereby subject expertise comes in such a way that somebody will tell you that if you're working with this data, then you don't want to remove it completely. Why? Because maybe that person has got a domain knowledge expert on that area, and he will tell you that for you to find what you're looking for, you need to dig through this noisy data to come up with something. But if it's something that is maybe brighter than the noise, then you can always cut away the noise. So I think, in essence, is you can remove the noise. Another thing, maybe, for example, in case of satellite imagery analysis, if you find that maybe the data that you're working on and there's noise, or maybe the cloud cover is 50%, maybe on the metadata sheet you're told that the cloud cover for that particular day was 50%. And you can say that, okay, for any data that is collected within a region that is 50%, remove the data. However, somebody will tell you that that data that you're looking for is radar data. So it doesn't detect, it doesn't matter whether it's cloud or it's raining, it's the atmosphere is open, or maybe it's just clear. If you have got radar, it can go through the cloud, so you don't need to remove anything that is below or above 50% cloud data. So I think the best thing is that's why you need a subject expertise to give you that. That is to do with that. Maybe for radio astronomers around. Langa, the issues to do with the noise in your data. Or, Carrington, are you able to elaborate on it so that those who are online can get the question?
So, there's a satellite here, Landsat 7, and then there's the Earth. The idea is that the satellite is receiving images of the Earth as it orbits the Earth. Yeah? So specific images. Now, because when it was launched, I think it was a problem with the sensor, the way it was, the configuration. And then it started fading. So, and Dennis Kian has some knowledge of this also. It has some strips like that, yeah? Like that, of missing data. And then you have maybe a landmass like that. So Ondik is asking whether we can either impute or the solution to these gaps, these strips that are indicative of missing data.
Dennis, you want to give it a try before I respond?
How do you deal with it in practice? Yes, we can.
Because that's an AI solution.
This is a machine learning solution, by the way. Those of you who use Envy, this is a machine learning solution. And ArcGIS for the geospatial people, this is a machine learning solution. Classification is a machine learning solution. Land classification.
So I think
KNN,
that's a very good response to that. For the case of this, it's fortunate that it's satellite imagery, and there's no shortage of satellite data. So in essence, you only have to know whatever you are studying. Maybe if you are studying something that requires an imager, multispectral imager. I think Landsat 7 is multispectral, right? Yeah, so one solution is to look for another source of data and infuse it here. Use that data to infuse it here. For example, you can go for Sentinel-2. Sentinel-2, I think, is also MSI. So you can use the data from Sentinel-2 to cover up here. But the problem now is you'll have to deal with issues with atmospheric correction, geometric distortion, and all that, because these are two different sensors. So that is a good solution. Alternatively, you can just analyze this independently. And basically what the satellites measure is the, what do we call it? The radiation fluxes, right? So it's just measuring the intensity of whatever you're receiving. So if you can work with Sentinel and see the intensity for that region, then you can just impute that intensity at this point here for this data. So basically it's all about infusing data. Alternatively, if this is an Landsat imager, and maybe there's a series of satellites for that mission, you can go for another Landsat that is in a different, what do we call it? Different wavelength. So if this one was optical, you can opt for maybe where there's missing data, you can infuse radar. And that case also depends with the question you're asking. If the question is limited to optical, then you don't have a choice of using radar. Instead, you can use for another sensor that is equally the same, as long as it's free data, if it's free data.
That was the one I found most interesting. You could use radar data as your training data. I don't know whether this would work. And then use this as your label. And basically the model would predict, given certain specific sets of radar data, given specific digital numbers of radar data, I can predict specific values for optical data. I don't know if the model will work. Yes, now you can try.
Okay, so if there's no any question, I think I'll take this time to hand it over to.
Are there any other questions? No other questions. Okay. Slides. Next, Roger is going to talk to us a bit about K-nearest neighbors. So that segues nicely into the next discussion.
Sure. Yes, I hope you are still not there. Let's talk about KNN. So, KNN has been a word that has been floated around a lot today, and finally we get to find out what it is. So, to understand KNN, you just need to understand this sentence. Show me your friends, and I will show you who you are. If you understand this sentence, you understand KNN. Why? I will show you in a second why.
Show me.
Show me your neighbor. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, so the term friend here, it's the neighbor in K nearest neighbors, it stands for friends. And K stands for this, but I'll explain in a second. So what is K nearest neighbors? K nearest neighbors is a way to classify data. So what it does is that if you have I think I have a slide, but it checks, if you have a data point, it checks around to see who is close by that data point. And then now if the one that is closest to that data point becomes, we assume it's one of them, like birds of a feather. So yeah, it's great when you have data that is very dissimilar, that is very distinct, so that it's easy to just place your data points where they need to be. So this is a lot of words, so I'm going to explain it in a diagram. So the data that we see here, it's from a famous data set called the IRIS data set. So how the IRIS data set was put together, someone was measuring the sepal. The sepal is like when you have the flower, these pretty parts are the petals, and then this part at the bottom is the sepal. So someone measured the lengths of the petals and the length of the sepal, and used that to classify the 3 different species of iris plants, iris flowers. So there is Iris setosa, Iris versicolor, and Iris virginica. So in this diagram, we have the number of sepals on this side, the number of petals on this side, and then we have the different species outlined by different colors in this diagram. So for example, let's say the flower that we have has this many sepals, maybe let's say this is 12. This length of sepals, let's say 12, or this length of petals, which is 4, let's say. So we're trying to find out what kind of flower is this that we found. Is it a setosa, an Iris versicolor, or Iris virginica? So this is the KNN solution. So we pick a value for K. So what does it mean to pick a value for K? So for example, if a Carrington is seated here, if we pick a value of K that is 1, we look for one person that is seated closest to Carrington, and Carrington is like that person. If we pick a value of K equals 2, we look for the 2 people who are closest to Carrington, and then we see whether if we see in that region, if Carrington is in that region, then Carrington is one of them, and we go on like that. So we're going to see how we pick this value of K as we go along, but that's the general idea. It is a way to check how many data points are we checking around this person to determine what group they belong in. That is the value of K. Yeah. So we pick a value for K. Let's say 5. Then we go through all of the data points that we have. Yeah. Calculating the distance from this place to all of them. Yeah. And then we find the nearest similar, the nearest ones. Yeah. And then we place it there. So for example, in this example, we'll go through all these ones, and then we find which ones are closest to this one. Yeah. Then when we find the ones that are closest to it, then we place it there and we say that kind of flower. Yeah. So if we find that it has like 2 here, and then it has like 1 over here, let's say it was where? Let's say it was over. Let's say it was over here. Over here. So we have 1 that is this color, and then we have like 3 that are of this other color. Then the one that is the most is the one where we will place that one. Okay. So that's how K and N works. If we find the majority of the ones that are the 5 that are closest, which one are the majority, and then we categorize it among those ones. That's basically how KNN works. Yeah. So we pick a value for K, say 5. We calculate the distance between that data point and every other data point, and then we pick the most popular category, and that is the class of our data point. Yeah. So this is an example of our map for K equals 1, just for this same data. Yeah. So you find that if it lands in the vicinity of this one, it will be of this color. I don't know exactly what they map to, but it's going to be this species, same here, same here. So when it comes here, it's going to be one of the red. When it comes here, it's going to be one of the green. So this is how it works. Yeah. This is now for K equals to 1. Yeah. Now, if you look at this one in contrast, this is for K equals 5. Yeah. So you find that it's still well distributed. If you can notice the difference, okay, but I'll tell you the difference in a bit. But right now, the most striking thing is that there are these places, the white places. So those are places where we're not sure. The KNN system is not exactly sure where this one lies, because it's nearest to quite a few items. But the ones that are colored are the ones where it goes. At least if you look around, most of the ones that are around it are either blue or red or green, and that's how KNN works. So there are a few things we'd like to note about these graphs. Yeah. So for the first one, as we've mentioned, when K equals to 1, every spot is covered. That is because there will always be a data point that is close. Like if you pick any point on this place, there will always be a data point that's closer to the one you selected than all of the others. But when you increase the number of K, then it's not always even. There's sometimes when they will be equidistant from other points, and then it's going to not be quite the same. Yeah. So also another thing we'd like to note is that as K increases, the model becomes less complex. So look at this model. Yeah. You can see there's like this spot, there's like this spot, there's like this tiny spot, there's like this tiny spot. It is everywhere. Yeah. And if you look at this one, there are fewer of those. Like it's regions now. There's this blue region, there's this red region, there's this green region, and there's this. And even the ones that are inside are bigger somewhat. Yeah. So as we look at these two, I'd like you to remember that graph, the graph that we drew earlier in the morning, where there was many data points, and then there was a curve that was going like this, and then there was another one that was going like this. Yeah. When we were talking about overfitting. Yeah. So So that is something we need to be careful about with KNN. Yeah, because if you
Hi, Lindsay, can you hear me?
Bumpers, yes, no problem. Can hear you. Thanks.
Yeah, so we are just taking a break and then we should be back. So I don't think if we are recording these sessions now.
Okay. It's on YouTube, but that's fine. So you'll be back in 15 minutes, will you?
Yeah, 30 minutes time.
Perfect. Okay, that's great. Thanks for letting me know.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Lindsay, are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we are just beginning this last part of our today's lecture. So
It's our last hour, right?
yeah. So attention, guys. Attention. Okay, so welcome back for the last portion of today's lectures. And the next speaker again is Carrington. He's going to take us through support vector machine. And we have just had a brief discussion with you guys during this break. And something is coming up that we are rushing through the content to the extent that you are not able to grasp the way you wanted it, maybe. But we just want to remind you that the intention of the whole hackathon is to have that test of hackathon. That means time is the issue. In fact, as originally planned, the hackathon was supposed to take 3 days, but we tried to convince our organizers that maybe 5 days should be enough. So we hope that you'll bear with us. It's the whole idea of hackathon. Hackathon should be that way. I think Carrington has a better experience. He went for hackathon with zero knowledge on machine learning, and he had to train a model within 3 days and present the results. So it's always the nature of hackathons. They should be intense in nature. And this one is a bit relaxed, it's not intense as it's supposed to be. So don't worry about this. The whole idea is to understand the high level of the project and present your results tomorrow. So I think everything will fall into place when you start working on the tutorial and doing your project. So I hope you'll bear with us. It's kind of intentional to ensure that you go through it. We go through it very fast. We don't normally do that. For those guys who are with us during data basic training, we had to walk step by step. But this one is quite intentional. We have to go through it. And even the days are good, it's 5 days, so we have got a lot of time to do that. That said, the key idea is just to guide you on where to look for and what to do. So if you want to take it a step further, this is just a skeleton, then you can build it up. Okay, so I understand that we were supposed to have a group photo on top of N block. We have previously agreed that we should have it after the class, but apparently the key to the place can only be opened now, so we have to take advantage of that. Let's rush, take the picture, and then come back to proceed with support vector machines. And the last portion will be again Roger with random forest, and then tomorrow we start getting our hands dirty with tutorials. Thanks.
Please follow Mr. Maindi.
Carry your t-shirts.
Carry your t-shirts.
Can you hear me, Lindsay?
Yes, can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, so we had planned to have maybe a group photo on top of the physics lab, and I think we are just going to do it within 10 minutes and then we should be back. So it's just something that has come up.
Okay, fine, yeah, okay. See you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay. Can you hear me? We had gone up to take a photo, a group photo.
Okay.
And also the Vice Chancellor is coming by to say hi. So we will take a short break. Yeah, exactly. We will take a break and then have him talk to us, and then we'll continue. But for now, we're going ahead with our presentation.
You're doing the presentation now, or are you going to have another break?
Yeah. We've just had a tea break, so we took a short break to take some photos, and then we are having the presentation now.
Now, okay, that's awesome. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, and then as we wait for the VC and Professor Baki.
Oh, is he going to give a presentation in the room?
No, he's not going to give a presentation. He's just going to maybe just a speech, or maybe just to say hi, something like that, I think.
Oh, that's really great.
Yeah, it is.
Keep me posted. I look forward to seeing the photos.
Yeah, we will also record. We'll record the VC and then have them sent over to you.
Okay.
Alongside other videos. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So guys, as we wait for the Vice Chancellor to come, we think that it's wise that we just proceed with the meeting for now. So when he comes, we'll just interrupt our program and probably him so that he can give us a brief introduction of speech, and then we can just proceed. So Carrington Temple, support vector machine.
Hi everyone, I'm sure you're tired of hearing me today. Again, I'm Carrington Kinyenji. I'm going to talk to you a bit about support vector machines, which are a kind of classical classifier and regressor, classical machine learning algorithm. We are going to talk about what support vectors are, so that we understand what support vector machines are. We are going to talk about hard and soft margin classification. These are specific constraints we put on the machine, the support vector machine, the model. We're also going to talk about linear and non-linear classification. We're also going to talk about applications of support vector machines, and end with challenges that these models face. As I told you, these are artifices of human creation, and therefore they have challenges. There are things created by human beings, they have challenges. So what are support vector? What is a support vector? What is a support vector? Let's assume this was Roger's problem, and you only have two species of the iris dataset. Give me a name, Versicolor and Virginica. Virginica. Why have you remembered that one? Setosa and Virginica. You have two specific datasets. you want to tell the difference between the two. So you've understood how KNN works. You've understood how K-means works. So this is how support vectors work. Support vectors look for the closest instances because they are labeled data sets. They look for the closest instances of a specific class and the closest instances of another class. So the closest instances to each other, something like that. So you have a few dots here. And then they draw a line, they extrapolate a line. It is a hyperplane. It might be a one-dimensional line, the normal line. It might be a two-dimensional line. The name for this, the technical, the mathematical name for this is a hyperplane between these closest instances to each other, separate closest instances to each other. And then you have a two-dimensional plane. If this is a two-dimensional classification problem called a maximum margin hyperplane. And then the median, the middle of this hyperplane, will then form your decision boundary. Your decision boundary is the boundary between two classes. Anything above this is Setosa, anything below this is Virginica. Now, as you can see, these 5 instances are very important in defining the maximum margin hyperplane. And therefore, they are position vectors. Remember, this is an y-x Cartesian plane. It can be 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, doesn't matter, depends on the numbers of features you have. So you have specific coordinates. Maybe this is something like 0, 1. This is high school mathematics. No, 1, 1. Let's say 1, 1. So the position vector of that instance, 1, 1, the first instance, is then called the support vector. Why support? It supports the creation of the maximum margin hyperplane. Okay, next slide. We are going to talk a bit, I prefer this one. We are going to talk a bit about hard margin and soft margin classification. In the case of hard margin, Roger, back to slide 1. In the case, this one, the one with the Setosa, and yeah, that one. Thank you. In the case of hard margin classification, you demand that the algorithm does not leave any instances within the maximum margin hyperplane. This, let's call it a street. Just to make life easy for us, let's call it a street. You demand that there is no instances within the street. Now, while this is useful, for sure you will obtain correct classification, you will obtain total classification above and below. It is not useful for real life data sets. Can someone tell me why? There's just one word I'm looking for. I know it's after lunch, but it's a common one. We've talked about it. Noise. Because of noise, what will happen, for example, let's say you have a data set that looks like this. And then another data set, another class of the data set. Your hard margin classifier will fail because it will try to do something like that. I've seen that Professor Baki and the Vice Chancellor are here with us. So we will take a short break and say hi to them. And I'll welcome Professor Baki, who will then invite the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. But the Vice Chancellor expressed interest to come and have a word with you as trainers, of course, from various institutions who are taking this course here. It being the first time that big data science training is taking place here. So without much ado, I will invite our VC, Professor Francis Eduol, to make a few remarks.
Perhaps you should tell me who exactly is here.
Yes, so you can introduce yourselves.
There are many. But okay, thank you very much, Professor Bartley. Francis Aguo, let me stand here at the corner and remove the mask so that I can look like myself. And because you know, with this mask, we all look alike. It's a problem. Professor told me that you were taking a training here. I normally have interest on this space science program because we are trying to position ourselves as a university that is leading in this area. And so I normally have I've come to this before or another one whenever there is something to do with data. And so when he came, which was really by chance, and he told me that there was a training going on here sponsored by the University of Manchester, is that correct? And that you people are being trained. So I said, well, I would just like to come and say hello to yourselves, and then somebody tells me what is it you're doing, what exactly, and we will get speed data, Kenya 2021. So is there anybody who's willing to volunteer to tell me what it's about? My name is Francis Aguo, yes, Francis Aguo, I'm the Vice Chancellor. My interest in space technology is a bit maybe on the side, but I'm a geodesist by training. So many of you, because you're in space science, you'll understand something about geodesy, and part of my interest is in space science as well, particularly space geodesy. And many years ago, many years before, Professor Paul Bartley was asked to chair a national committee on space sciences. I chaired another one in 1994, where we proposed the establishment of Kenya Space Agency. So I was very happy that eventually it was created. And so that roughly is a little of my interest in this thing. So is there something you need to tell us what it is about? And just introduce yourself. I will stand as far as possible so that I don't contaminate anyone.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor, Vice Chancellor, Professor Francis Aguo, for briefing the occasion. So here is a group of students drawn from different institutions across Kenya, and it was a very competitive selection process that attracted around 100 students. And at the end of the day, just a brief background, we had even students from as far as India, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa applying for this big data workshop. And at the end of the day, we had to settle for 16, and the 16 that are here are the best of the best that we came up with. It, of course, was selected at University of Manchester with our little input. And basically what we are doing here, this is a project that is funded by the Development in Africa with Radio Astronomy Data, and in collaboration with Office for Astronomy Development, OAD Africa. And they're trying to use the skills learned in radio astronomy as a spin-off to solving challenges. Here we know that OAD deals with issues to do with SCGs and how we can leverage the skills that we learn on other sciences like astronomy and apply them here. So in particular, this one, we are leveraging on the algorithms that are used to reduce data in algorithm in astronomy and see how we can use them on various areas. Particularly for this case, our theme is to look at an informed policy based on artificial intelligence to analyze what people are saying on Twitter about COVID-19. So from tomorrow, different groups, we are going to have 4 groups. They will formulate a research question about COVID. It can be, what are the effects of lockdown? How are people perceiving wearing of masks? How are people perceiving the issues of vaccines? And then they are going to use artificial intelligence techniques that are used in astronomy to analyze whether the comments are positive or negative. And then after that, they will prepare a report and present it to the organizers. And then they will be ranked based on that. And of course, they will be awarded the best performing team. So in a nutshell, the whole purpose of this project is to ensure that the skills that are learned in astronomy are not only used for exploratory science, but is also applied in areas that directly affect humans, especially in the case of Africa. So that is the whole idea for this.
So you will say you are?
So my name is Congress Soro. I'm a tutorial.
I am sorry, I remember you. I remember you, yes. I need to talk to you. So this, the participants are coming from several countries in Africa? Or?
Also, we had wished that it could be from different countries, but the way Ghana does it is that every year they have got a hackathon event for every country. So this time it was for Kenya and it was limited to Kenyans alone.
Okay, so these are Kenyans. Yes. So I would be curious, young people, just to know where you are coming from, what your interests with this, and yeah. Think that will take too much time, especially yourself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so but it's always good to look yourself, you know, the must make us look for the
My name is Eric Mwendi.
Just for 2 minutes, move the mask. So the next time I meet you, say, no, one chance I saw you, but now you don't recognize me. But you are under mask.
Okay. My name is Eric Mwendi, and I studied at the University of Nairobi, so I'm looking forward to enrolling for
physics. What did you say?
Astronomy and astrophysics. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to enroll for a master's in physics, theoretical physics. So I'm interested in big data, machine learning, because recently I learned that you can apply machine learning to many body problems in physics. So my interest for attending, that is my main interest for attending this program, so that when I enroll, I can apply it on my thesis and come up with a new thesis. So,
my name is Yvonne Makena. I studied at Makerere University, electrical engineering. So my interest is in machine learning for healthcare and finance.
My name is Dennis Kim. I am astronomy and astrophysics graduate in UN. I work with ESRI Eastern Africa.
With Kim?
ESRI.
ESRI. Yeah, ESRI.
Yeah, so
I know ESRI.
Okay. So my interest is applying the skills I get from here to solve African problems, because we can't superpose Western problems with African problems. So these skills are crucial in solving our problems here, especially in agriculture.
Yeah, afternoon. My name is Moses Laga. Did BSc, Astronomy and Astrophysics, and also MSc in Physics, University of Nairobi. Currently, I'm a field fellow at the University of Kenya, in the School of Physics and Special. Yes, I'm doing my PhD in large scale star formation, trigger star formation, in nuclear. Knowing machine learning will help me get to analyze my data and my research.
I'm Marcelina Idu. I'm currently a student at Kenyatta University, pursuing my master's in physics and I'm doing a thesis in astronomy. The reason why I joined this program is because I have a background in astronomy. I want to know how I can use that knowledge and skill to solve problems, because most of the time we are always about science. So I just wanted to know how I can apply all those skills to solve any problem that we have as a country or as a person.
My name is Dennis Boer. I studied here at Technical University of Kenya from the Department of Aerospace and Aviation.
What is your interest?
My interest in space sciences,
the
application of data science.
You work with us?
No, currently not.
Oh, okay. I would expect that you would work with us, even if you are interested in space science. Okay, and who is your
Achila Agero. I'm graduate in JQuest, lead electrical engineer.
Yes.
I'm interested in the ethics around use of data. And that's what's driven my passion behind regards to data security and the consequences of data with regards to class and just the nature of capitalism that can evolve from that. So that's where I'm going to have a better idea of what I'm really looking for.
My name is Diu. Currently a student at African Data School. African Data School. Doing a project involving machine learning and advanced general areas in the system. So that's what I'm doing.
Data School, I've not heard about it. Africa Data School. Where is it?
In Kenya, Westland.
In Westland.
Fantastic.
My name is Anya Chirotich. I recently graduated from Multinational University. I did a PhD in math and computer science.
In computer science?
Yeah, math and computer science.
Maths and computer science.
Yeah, major in statistics. I'm here to learn how to take the knowledge of statistics and take it to another level, learn machine learning, professional as well as machine learning, and at least know better before I choose a major in masters, in the masters.
My name is Joseph Mourinho. I studied at the University of Nairobi. I hold a bachelor's degree in Solomon and my interest is application machine learning algorithms, and I researched images.
Images?
Yeah, set of data set.
Yes.
And that in turn, that visualization system.
Everyone, my name is Jessica Gordon. I graduated from computer science, and I'm here to perfect my capabilities in the models with machine learning, apply in healthcare, and also to use to predict cybercrime in real time in the market.
Hi everyone, my name is Fred Njoki. I'm a computer science student at Kenyatta University. I'm passionate about data science, machine learning, and I'm here to explore those areas and applications.
Yes, sir.
Hello everyone, my name is Alice. I'm a graduate in International Engineering from the Equator. I am very interested in automation and robotics, so I'm here to learn AI and learn how to make machines smarter. I also want to impact healthcare using AI by using predictive analysis.
My name is Dora. I'm a master's student at the University of Nairobi, pursuing physics, electrophysics, astronomy, and astrophysics. My interest in this program is to better understand how to apply data science and machine learning. My name is Bonita.
The main interest is to learn about machine learning and AI.
Interested in robotics and AI.
Yes.
My name is Jake. I know
processing, which is main focus on machine learning,
Very good. Thank you very much. Yeah, so this is a very good constellation of expertise, from economics to mathematics to physics to remote sensing, and that is really great. I need just to congratulate you for making it to this workshop and this seminar, and I really hope that at the end of it, you will be all fired to say that you want to go to the highest level possible. The discipline you have selected, which is most of you are interested in artificial intelligence, machine learning, space science, health, and whatnot. These are the things that are driving the world in the 21st century. And I just wish that each one of you will get a chance to achieve your next level of qualification. Those of you who have bachelor degrees, that you will achieve the next level of getting your master's degrees. And those of you who have already your master's degrees will proceed on to get your PhDs. And there are many scholarships available, especially for modern areas like the type you are interested in. And people like Professor Darkiti and even people like ourselves, we are here to help you. And with the experience that we have, you should take advantage of it. And if you should have any questions, if you should look for any support that will make it possible for you to go ahead and do your postgraduate studies, I'm sure that Professor Darky, people like myself, we should be available to help us out. And I'm very excited to see this constellation of knowledge, and I hope that we can build on it. And so you said you're one of the facilitators. You're one of us?
Yes. No. I'm Carrington Kinyajui. I'm a research assistant at the University of Manchester, at the Technical University of Kenya. I asked Professor Baki to accommodate me here, and he accepted gladly. I've been here for 6 months.
From the University of Manchester, you're in what area?
My specialty is astronomy and astrophysics, but I'm currently doing policy data analysis, so economic data, publication data. So
fantastic. So people, at our level, we can only encourage you, we can only inspire you, and we can only give you any support that we can give. And I'm really excited to have a chance to meet with yourselves, and God willing, in another 5 years' time, when I meet you, you should be telling me that, yeah, you know, like now, so you're professor, and so, and this is what I'm doing. You're on the right path. Anybody with any question? No.
Please ask.
Either you take when I always tell students when there is no question, either you understood everything or you didn't understand anything. So I don't know which one it is, but I would like to think that it is that you understood everything. Yeah, so thank you very much. I wish you a sure. How long are you here? How is this course running? How long? Sorry.
Up to Friday.
This one up to Friday. Oh, fantastic. So you still have good time. You still have good time here. So you're keeping a database of these people so that you can be able to follow up on what is happening with them, isn't it?
Yes.
Myself, already, I'm looking at people who should come and work here. In fact, if I had my chance, I'd like to take all of you to come and work for me. Yeah, so you should keep a database. So if there are any of you who are interested in coming to work with us, let us have a discussion. Because we are building, this university is building. And young people like yourselves, many years after they're not here, you will be the ones doing the kind of things we're not doing. So, and we have to start now with yourself. Right? Or what do you think? I'm looking, you see, I'm already looking at this university at 2040. And you people will be the ones driving this. And if I can imagine that I have all of you and you are all experts in machine learning. And imagine how the world is going to look like in 2040. Where you're going to be. It's going to be a great world for people with brains like yourselves. And so don't waste it. You're already on the right path. And I would be like, I would be keen to talk to some of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So guys, there's been an interruption in our program. So we are going to squeeze the support vector machine for 15 minutes. So it should be done by 5. And then we were supposed to have random forest. So we are going to learn about the forest tomorrow in the morning. So you'll bear with us. Roger will take us over from tomorrow. That is from 9 to 9:30. And then we can start getting our hands dirty with the tutorials. So you'll bear with us. It's going to be a bit hasty as time is not on our side.
We don't want to keep you here too long, so please bear with us. We will share the slides. The video is being recorded. We will share resources with you, textbooks, YouTube videos for you to further your knowledge of the field and deepen it. Okay, so don't worry too much if something passes you by. And we are also here up to Friday, so you can ask us for specific details on things you missed. Okay, don't worry too much about that. The idea is that you catch a passing glimpse of these models and methods. Okay, the model here, we were talking about hard margin classification and the insistence that there is no instance on the street. There's no instance on the maximum margin hyperplane. Now, what that does for you is it puts you at a danger of overfitting. So, for example, I was trying poorly, as Roger commented, I was trying to draw an overfitting curve there. If you insist that all instances of yellow or gold are on the upper side and all instances of blue are on the lower side for complicated data sets, the danger is that with hard margin classification, you're going to overfit. Now, with soft margin classification, you accept the phenomenon where there are some instances on the street, on the maximum margin hyperplane, is called a margin violation. A margin violation. A margin violation. So you accept that there will be margin violations, but the point is to minimize these margin violations, to minimize noise on your classifier. So that is soft margin classification and is the one most commonly used in support vector machines. Next slide, Roger. So we are going to talk a bit now. These previous slides are specifically for linear classifiers. Linear classifiers separate data linearly, and these are specific instances of usually simple data sets that can be separated as separable using a linear classifier. So let's talk a bit about non-linear classifiers. Examples are polynomial feature addition and the use of a polynomial kernel and similarity features or similarity functions. Next slide. This is an example of a polynomial feature addition. So let's say you have a data set that looks something like this, and you're supposed to separate the green from the blue. This is not possible using a linear classifier. unless you use multiple linear classifiers, which will look a bit crazy. And you can't do this actually in scikit-learn, which is the implementation of classical machine learning algorithms. So what you can do is square these values. This is adding an additional feature, a quadratic feature. You just square the coordinates. So -4 becomes +16. Here it is. -2 becomes +4. There it is. Oh, sorry, negative. This is something like 3 becomes 9. There it is, and so on and so forth. After you've done this, after you've squared and you have a sort of quadratic relationship between the data sets, you can then separate it linearly. You can separate it using a linear classifier. So that is additional features. You just square. It can be something like location of a house. You just square that feature and classify on the basis of the square or cube or quadruple. It doesn't matter. Next. Disadvantages of this, you can imagine this computational complexity. You have 100,000 instances and you square each of these. That is putting a lot of work, that demands a lot of compute. And let's say you have high degree polynomials, you're not squaring it, you're powering it by 5. You can imagine how difficult this will be for your algorithm. So for high degrees, there's a demand on computing resources. Low degrees, back to the original slide. Low degree polynomial, this you can think of this as an x0, a linear polynomial. You cannot obtain a separation between the data sets. So there's a balance, there's a trade-off between high degree and compute and low degree, which requires low compute, but separation becomes difficult. Next slide, Roger. Polynomial kernels essentially try to find, instead of squaring the features, just immediately try to find a function that can separate the features. So instead of squaring these and then linearly separating them, you essentially try to find a function that can separate the features. There's a lot of interesting behind the scene mathematics going on here. If you want to talk about it in detail, please talk to me about it. So back to the original slide again, in the previous slide. Next. So basically, instead of doing that, you can do something clever like that. You can have a kernel which separates the features polynomially. Next slide. So this is just separation by different degrees. This is a degree 3 polynomial, which you've obtained relatively reasonable separations. You have a few margin violations there, and then you can try and improve your classifier. These are 10-degree polynomial. You're still struggling, but any further than this, you run the risk of overfitting, as Roger pointed out. Next slide, Roger. Similarity features. This is basically, let's say you have 2 data points. Three will be better. You have 3 data points there. What you can do is specify this. You can use this as a point of reference, almost similar to k-means, but there's a significant difference in the kernel, in the function that is used. And then you take the coordinates of this and then do its exponential, the exponential of the variance, of the norm of the variance over 2, the standard deviation squared. And then you will come up with new coordinates. I will show you maybe in the next slide that you'll have some relatively reasonable linear separations between the two. Next slide, Roger. So this is called a radial basis function. Sorry, Roger, I'll disturb you. This is your RBF. This is your radial basis function. Just the name. Radial basis function. Your bases are these x's. Your bases are your features. Next slide, Roger. Next. Now, regression. I'm going to talk quickly about regression. Remember that in a classifier, in a classification support vector machine, you're trying to make sure this street is as wide as possible so that your difference, your decision boundary, it can separate two classes here and here clearly. When you're doing regression analysis, what you do is the opposite. You try to make sure that this street is as narrow as possible, and therefore the decision boundary can regress. It can develop a line of best fit between your data. So let's use this data. You have this data set, this noisy data set, which is roughly quadratic, which is roughly to the power of 2. You use the farthest points as support vectors, then draw a maximum margin hyperplane, draw a street. The algorithm does this for you, you don't need to worry about this. And then it will find the line of best fit. So this is regression. Next slide. What is actually happening? What is the support vector machine doing? It's just doing mathematics. We've discussed this, I think, now for 2 days, that mathematics underlies machine learning. So the support vector machine is basically trying to find a certain function given by, I'd like to show you a trick. This is y. Think of this as m. This is normal. Can you make that out now? What is actually happening? In the case of the linear classifier, it is only trying to find a straight line between the data points. That's all it's trying to do. Now, your gradient, let's say, let me draw quickly so that I don't have Roger, go back 10 slides. Your gradient is the weights of your support vector. So your support vectors, let's say, are here and here, and you have your MMH there, your maximum margin hyperplane. So your gradients are the weights of these support vectors. I hope that is clear. And then your instances are the X values. Remember, it's not a single value of X. As you can see, X is in bold, and W, the weights are in bold, so you have several. I hope you remember Boniface's matrices. And the transpose, for those of you unfamiliar with the mathematical notation, that just basically means a transpose. I don't think commas should be here. Excellent. Okay, that is just the transpose of the matrix. So basically what is happening is that you're multiplying matrices. So when I write WT X, there's a weight vector here. Sorry. There's a weight vector here. W1, blah, 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 Wn. So you have a very complicated long function with several weights. And basically if the value is less than 0, if it's somewhere, let's say down here, it classifies that as a negative case. It's usually called the negative case. It can be the Virginica. And then the Setosa is the other case, is the positive case. Next slide. So application, automatically classification, yeah? Especially image classification. By my experience, support vector machines are very powerful when you're doing binary image classifications because they just accept matrices and they process matrices efficiently using this Gaussian radial basis function. So I worked with this and enjoyed it. Natural language processing, we will show you tomorrow how words can be treated as matrices. And if they can be treated as matrices, they can be treated, of course, as that one I introduced you today, tensors. And if they can be treated as tensors, they can be fed into any machine learning algorithm. It also does regression, which I've demonstrated. Next slide. Challenges of support vector machines only apply to binary classification because of the way the decision boundary is chosen. The decision boundary is chosen using the support vectors from two unrelated classes. So it can only comfortably do binary classification. You can be clever about this, by the way. You can have a data set that has 4 classes. First, remove the 0th class, and then you're left with the other 3. And then you can remove the 3rd class, and then you're left with the other 2, and then remove the 2nd class, and you're left with the top. You will have done multi-class classification using a data pipeline of several support vector machines. Next slide. There are interpretational difficulties for the parameters. So how did the model decide on this weight matrix, for example? How did it decide on that weight matrix? As I said, there's a lot of mathematics involved. So getting from mathematics to models, engineering is not as trivial as it sounds. Another problem is that the probabilities are uncalibrated. We are not sure that, for example, when this maximum margin hyperplane is here, that this instance, this support vector, has a lower probability of belonging to this class than this. You have no fundamental reason for believing that. So what you could then do is maybe calculate the distance from the decision boundary, but it's not very helpful. I think I've done next. For only supervised classification, it needs coordinates. It needs coordinates to specify the support vector, and these coordinates then serve as your labels. So it only works relatively well with the labels. Next, Asante Sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrington. Can you give him a clap? Good job, sir. So we've come to the end of the day. So as we close, I just like to let you know about the plan for tomorrow. For tomorrow, we're going to be having a talk very early in the morning. Then we're going to go over random forests, and then after that, we're going to have the rest of the day to get our hands dirty in the code and in the data as we strap on for the beginning of the hackathon. So on that note, by tomorrow, if you don't have your Twitter credentials, you can just try and apply if you've not yet, and ensure that you have them done by tomorrow morning. If you have any trouble, you can reach out to us. We'll be able to assist in that regard. And yeah, is there anything else?
I don't think there's anything else.
Yeah. Just a point to note, tomorrow we will still take images, and we would like to appreciate if we can have some, maybe robots at just one place tomorrow. It's safe here, all of us are the best of the best, so we don't suspect anything suspicious to happen. So you can just have the bags here. We allow this place for bags, so that when you're taking the pictures, at least it looks presentable. That's that.
Oh, and tomorrow we'll also be putting you in your groups. So all the best to the 4 groups.
So if you check your email, there's credentials that have been sent. There's a link to the high performance computer in South Africa. There's details, there's a login detail and the username. So take advantage of that. You are in 4 groups tomorrow, so we will advise you on that. But just a point to note, those groups are what we call tuples in Python. They are immutable. You can't change. You can't move from one group to the other. So we are not going to change that. So
you need to decide on the name. So please after you're putting your groups.
So that said, thank you very much for today's event. It has been successful. Once again, we really appreciate your time, and we hope that you've learned a lot. Tomorrow is now the real deal. We call it Normandy Day. The D-Day is tomorrow. So let's get psyched up for tomorrow, hustle and make it happen. Finish the day in a high note. That's all.
Asanteni. Then you have a question.
Hakuna email. Kuna email.
No.
There's email.
No email. 504 imetuma sasa hivi. Baba imefika.
Ndio email.
Naona time yangu.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Bumpers. They'll get their login details tomorrow. Tomorrow, not an email.
Sorry?
I'll write it in the chat. Hang on.
Okay, so we are just coming to the end of the today's event, and okay, so I'm going to notify them that the login details have not emailed to them, but we should have them by tomorrow, because from my email I thought that it was sent to them. Sorry about that.
No worries, that's fine. Just tell everybody knows not to.
Okay. So thank you very much. I think I need to leave now so that I can attend them before they...
Thank you so much. Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Bumpers.
Thank you, Lindsay. Nice time.
So, excuse. So there's been maybe no question. We don't have the credentials yet. I thought that she was sent to, but apparently it's only sent to tutors. So by tomorrow morning, you should have them. We have them on our email, but we cannot send them until the organizers are sent. So tomorrow we should have the credentials. So don't worry if you don't see the email. Sorry about that. The forest.